Try this. Okay, how about now?
Okay, now I can hear Sam.
Yeah, now I hear something.
Okay, now I can hear Sam.
Yeah, now I hear something.
Okay, now I can hear Sam.
Yeah, now I hear something.
Okay, now I can hear Sam.
Now I hear something.
Now I can hear Sam.
Inception!
We're just gonna mute that.
That was
If I
amazing.
muted it, it should not have done that loop. That's weird. But can if somebody else has it open, can you hear all of us now?
Yeah, I could hear it too. I think the problem is we can hear it coming from Matt's computer.
Ah.
It's being picked up by Matt's headset and then looping because there's a time.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're all okay. Excellent.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I mean, this is why we take the first few minutes to try to make it so that we figured out everything that happened. Let me just do one other quick thing here.
I just thought we did not do a sound check yesterday for Frost Maiden.
Oh, whatever.
God, I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, me too.
No, I think it was fine. I went to cut the starting piece for YouTube, and I could hear us saying hello. So
Yeah,
it's fine.
Okay,
Everything's fine. We're good.
I rewatched bits of it on yesterday and seemed on Twitch and seemed okay.
Okay, cool. That's good. So,
do we want to do intros again?
Did I not do the link?
Or do you have...
Yeah, do we want to do intros again? Hello, this is DM Samuel, and I am here with my awesome players. I am running the DnDeBrief stream that is in my own homebrew setting world, and so let's introduce ourselves again, starting with Matt.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm still playing Khonnos, the still Sea Elf Warlock.
Hello, I'm Nina, and I'm playing Emran Ornestia, who is a human Tempest Cleric.
Hey, I'm Karu, and I'm playing Marcel Duran, the Lutrinian Storm Sorcerer.
Okay.
I beat
This
you
is
to
what
it,
happens
Tim.
when we don't play for a month. I'm all discombobulated.
I know.
Not got everything ready. I posted in Discord, here's a link to the thing, and then I didn't actually post the link.
It's okay. I found it.
Okay, so, do we want to do a quick recap? If you don't remember, I do, so I can fill in things, or I can just give you a quick rundown.
Oh, I straight up vividly remember that we're in some kind of pit with, like, nasty things, and it's not good. That's, like, mostly what I remember.
I mean, that's how we ended, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember where we started, but we spoke to the queens, did a lot of planning, and then eventually decided to, because we had a lot of like in and out of game talk about what happened with the missing character and our plans and everything that we had available to do before we undo the sinking, because we now have the power to do that. Once we had everything set and all our plans in motion, we went with Queen Dalencia to the place that she had to go because what's his name? That guy, Blacksley, had gone off and he knew what he had to do now, and we were like, the hell? So we went with her and we got teleported into this cave, and he said that Nogales must be dispatched with Dalencia. That is in my notes. So yeah, Dalencia was like, oh yeah, I have to go now, and we're like, okay, we're going with you then. We passed through a lot of cave areas. We found a note that said, speed it up, we're almost ready, meet us back at point. And it was signed Laralac, and it was addressed to Betet, which, not good. So we kept going. We found another statue, dog statue, that Khonnos absorbed. And then he sent an arcane eye or something forward. I don't remember if it was an arcane eye or... yeah. And spotted the next area that we need to go to, and we were like preparing for combat because there was a lot of bad things in there.
There's a lot of that. Yeah, this is the Stone Road, I believe. And Dalencia was saying that it had been like warped in some way, like this is not what it was supposed to look like. So there's also that. But yeah, I also have in my notes that in the trench room there's 2 dogs, 2 ghouls, the trench with black goo and roiling darkness. Blacksley is in there, and then there's another person at the table with different containers. Oh, black smoke comes out of a person and wafts into the container. That's also in my notes.
Yeah, the guy
there was
that was
somebody,
in that cage.
Yeah.
somebody in a cage, yeah.
This is all scribbled with haste and panic.
One of the one of the ghouls. So there's a couple of ghouls in there. One of them is next to Blacksley, and one of them was down on the far side, across from the old man that's down there. And the ghoul started working the reel to make the cage go out into the sort of middle of the crevice that's filled with black roiling, weird, fluidy stuff. And as the cage moved out, it had a humanoid in it, and as it moved out, it sort of was drooping lower and lower along this rope pulley system because it's getting farther out. And as it dipped into the middle, as it dipped closer and closer to the surface of the black, gooey, liquidy stuff, the black liquid sort of rose up and grabbed on basically to the bottom of the cage and then sort of crawled in or seeped in or flowed in to the cage, and the humanoid started yelling, and as the black gooey stuff sort of crept over this creature, this sort of wispy, misty, smoky, yellowish white, steamy kind of substance sort of wafted out, and it wafted back towards the back of the room, and the old man was back there, and the sort of smoky stuff filled a bottle, and he put a cork on the bottle and set it on the table, and there are several other bottles there as well. And then the individual in the cage quit yelling. So that was that.
And Khonnos is seeing all this, correct?
Yeah.
Khonnos
Are you,
is
like,
here. We can
relaying this
probably
all?
hear the screaming.
Yeah, you heard the screaming.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm giving a play-by-play of everything I can see through this.
I think we need to move.
I think so too. Are we?
Yep.
So
Are we just going in guns blazing?
Say that again.
I asked if we were going in guns blazing or if we're stealthing.
So
And I don't think it matters.
To remind you, when you first came in, one of the guards fell into a pit that had a spike trap at the bottom. You fought a bunch of undead nasties. One of the elite guard was killed. There was a 4-way intersection down to the south, but you chose to go sort of northeast. You came through the room with the coffin, and the coffin, when you opened the coffin, it had some... What did it have? The coffin had a small velvet bag containing a pair of gold and ruby cufflinks, a ruby pendant with a gold chain, and the pendant has the eye symbol on it, 2 gold bracelets with engravings on the underside, and the engravings were the numbers that match up with the stone road. And the letter that you found that Karu mentioned. And then up here, where the arcane eye is peering down, and that scene that was just described, there's also, remember, a passage that goes northwest. So there are a few passages in here you have not yet looked upon. Just reminding you, just so that you're not surprised when that...
Okay. I think probably safer for Dalencia to stay back here with at least maybe 1 or 2 of the guards for the time being. And then we can bring her up. Yeah.
You said Blacksley was in the room.
Yeah, but he's not there by himself. There's some nasty-looking things in there. It could be pretty dangerous. I think probably the best thing is let us move ahead, try to take care of it and clear it out, and then we can let you know when it's safe to move up.
But Blacksley's task cannot be completed without me there.
Alright, well, as long as you know the risk, then I suppose there's no...
I have already resigned myself to certain death. And at that point, the guards sort of look at her, and Lord Tobik says, "No, Queen. I cannot let that occur. That shall not happen. You will stay back with us." And then they commence an argument, which I am not going to.
Yeah.
loud is that
do we
argument?
just want to keep moving while they argue?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
Can I send just send my arcane eye 30 feet up the north tunnel just to make sure see if there's anything that's gonna potentially come around that corner before we move in?
Sure. So what you see there. So the passageway, it's sort of steps up. I got to remember how to use this program now again. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's the opposite one. Okay. So this... Whoa, hello. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, see, this is why I have to remember how to use this program again. Okay, so... okay, whatever. This thing is... Yeah, but that's okay. So, the passageway leads up and then curves off to the west. And so, as it curves, it sort of goes down. And there is a large chamber beyond, larger than any of the other chambers that you've been in. And huddled around this chamber are... It's hard to tell how many. But... So first of all, there is a stone table in the middle of it, and there is one person who is chained to that table. And it's very reminiscent of the initial Temple of Mud table that you saw with the 4 chains, and the prisoner was stuck to the 4 chains. That was made of coral. This happens to be made of stone. Okay. But anyway, huddled around this room are people. Halflings and humans and a few elves, and they're all sort of crouched down, and they're covering their heads and blocking their eyes, and they're just sort of huddled together, and they're shivering, and they're not saying anything. But they're obviously trying to make themselves as small as possible. And it's obviously cold because they're all shivering. They're wearing rags. Like they're not, these aren't people that are well equipped or anything like that.
Okay. Prisoners, maybe.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll let everyone know there's more people up around this other corner, but nothing that looks like it's gonna come try to catch us from behind when we move in. But something we might want to take a look at after this is done with.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if nobody else is eager to charge forward, I'll move ahead.
I guess Marcel has one question. Are we going? Do we want to go all out on these guys? It doesn't.
Okay, well, there's some dogs, so I feel like Khonnos can take care of the dogs, right? So that's a couple things now.
Those dogs don't look.
That's the first thing I'm going to look at.
Oh, that's true.
They didn't look like the dogs that you've absorbed, though, do they? These look like demonic dogs.
No, they do. It's just that they're red. They have these tokens don't don't represent exactly what these tokens are. Just like Helldog or Hellhound tokens or something. The dogs that are actually there are like with the spiky manes and the spikes along the ridge of their back and the spikes by their feet.
So we're thinking if we hurt those, that might hurt you, Khonnos.
Yeah, I would say leave those to me at least to start off with. And I think one of them is the one I kind of convinced to. You met earlier, and I convinced to basically back off. So I would say let me take care of those. If you all want to focus on everything else in there, and I've got if that's who we think it is, I've got one pretty strong counterspell just in case.
All right. Well, that answers my question on whether I want to Nova the whole room. All right, let's go. Let's not attack the whole room.
Right before, like, right as we get to the entrance, I'm gonna cast Bless on all three of us. Right before we enter.
Okay, great. I love Bless. That's a good spell.
Me too.
Okay, this is lame, but I have to walk away for a second because I need to get a little side table because I've got like 4 books out here and I can't look at them all at the same time. So I'm going to walk away. I'm just going to leave everything running. So I'll just be right back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, the new spell I got when we leveled is Sunburst. It's a
That will literally
radius.
That will literally Nova the entire room. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage, but also blinds people for 1 minute. And undead have disadvantage on the saving throw. So it's 12d6 radiant damage, though. And if both dogs get hurt, we might lose our warlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty quickly.
Maybe put that at the very back of the room.
Even if I put it at the back of the room, I think it still hits the dogs. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, if I
You said
put it
it's
at the
60-foot radius?
yeah, so if I center it at the very back of the room, I can get everything but the dogs, including Chilling Quest.
That's the thing that I'm worried about. Like, is he gonna try to attack us? Are we going to attack him?
I have no clue, but I don't think like 40 damage is gonna kill him, but it could. That's a risk we'd be taking. Also, we don't know what his deal is, but if he's undead, then it's gonna hurt. My other option is something a bit more pinpoint, pew pew to different things that I can do per round.
Try to remind. I don't even remember which spells I prepared for this, but there's a couple things I can do potentially.
Also, by the way, at the end of the episode, Khonnos cast glibness on himself. I wrote a note. Just in case you forgot.
Cute.
Note to self. Get a bigger table. Okay. Do need to look up one other thing. Okay. All right. So what did you decide you're doing? You gonna turn around and go home?
Yeah. We were trying to decide if we cared or not if Chilling Quest gets hurt with area spells.
We got a lot of area spells. I have a couple as well, actually, because I prepared Firestorm and Earthquake. They're pretty nasty, but again, a little iffy.
I mean,
Okay, last question for you guys. Do either of you have intentions of running towards the caster in the back?
I was kind of thinking about it, but I don't know.
Because my other idea is going to cause difficult terrain, which will make it substantially harder to get to him.
I mean, I don't plan on going too far into there.
I probably have enough spells that I can stay back.
Okay. Yeah, because if I make difficult terrain for the other creatures, they won't be able to reach us that easily either. So I'm more interested in keeping the guy in the back.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I guess Khonnos and Emerin are going for first, and Marcel's bringing up the rear.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And honestly, Marcel will stop with, like, as soon as he has vision on the room.
Okay, so I think I'm going to switch to here. And this way you get the whole room in the view. And let's try to get us in here.
Problem with staying way in the back is that you cannot counterspell.
Yep, that is true.
Of course, that works both ways.
You can't do what?
Counterspell.
Yeah, I mean, that is a problem, right? That could be an issue for us. For you. Not for us. Not really an issue for us.
Everything will be.
I mean, assuming if he had counterspell, he can't counterspell us either. So works both ways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so okay, well, so the arcane eye was not seen So I think you will probably get a surprise round. So it's up to you how you want to do things for this first round. And after everybody moves once, we'll roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Well, you're coming in guns blazing, right? You're not going to come in and try to
Yep. I mean,
negotiate?
I don't.
Not today.
Mm,
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Okay. I'll use a bonus action to activate my tentacle rod, and then I'll just use my action to dash and just get in, basically wind up right next to that doggo right there.
Okay. And
that's my turn.
okay. Is Marcel or Imran going next?
Do you know what you're doing?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Do any of us really know what we're doing at this point?
Not yet.
mean,
Even me.
all right. Marcel is going to summon a storm in that area.
Okay.
Fifth level, Storm Sphere. So everything within the sphere, it's just whirling air, like concentrated 20-foot radius storm. Anyone inside must succeed on a strength saving throw.
Okay.
If they fail, they take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. And this thing is like storm loud, like crackling energy and all that.
So, what do they take if they fail?
Let's see. 5. Let me check something. Wait, no. One more dice. That's better. 11. I'm just. Okay. Yeah, 11 damage.
Okay, and so what's the DC?
17.
Okay, and it's swirling wind.
Yeah, it's swirling wind, so it's bludgeoning damage.
Okay, does it? So here's why I ask: this entire ridge area down here is full of that black gooey stuff. So does the storm affect?
I don't
this
think
whole
so.
area here.
I don't think so. I mean, that's DM's discretion, I guess. Hold up. Let me bring up the spell again.
Because sometimes it talks about the environment, right? So, like, if there's
it says whirling air. Each creature in the sphere, when it appears that ends its turn there, must succeed on a strength saving throw or take bludgeoning damage. The sphere space becomes difficult terrain. The only thing it mentions is creatures within 30 feet of the sphere have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks made to listen. So it's like howling winds, but that's about it. It's stormy wind. So unless it's like really light, I don't think it would affect it that much.
Okay.
Beyond maybe it battering it possibly down, honestly, because the sphere is above it, right? So it's... But it doesn't push even people that fail away,
Right.
Nor does it knock them prone. It's just battering winds.
Okay, so this ghoul right next to Blacksley, I'm going to roll for that one first. What's the DC again? Sorry.
17.
And it's a strength check or save?
Yeah, strength.
Okay. I rolled a 6, so that failed. So how much damage?
11.
Okay. Gotta start taking notes now. Okay. And then Blacksley himself. I rolled an 18, so he made it.
Good. There's no half damage.
Okay, the other ghoul down at the bottom failed. Of course, because they're weak, you know. And then the old man down at the bottom.
That's what I'm interested in.
He passed.
What?
I rolled a 17 on the die.
Ah.
But also he has a +4.
Fuck.
Oh, boy.
Good to know.
I thought he was a caster.
Good to know.
He looks
Yeah,
like
you're
he looks like an old man in robes. You can actually, if you would like, you can. Now that he has puzzled you, you can make an insight check.
Sure.
all of us.
2 on the die.
Yes, all of you can make an insight check.
7.
Rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
18.
How much? 18? 18 and a
Yes.
20 and a 2?
Well,
Marcel,
7 total.
29.
Marcel is too intent on trying to, make the spell
Control the
happen.
spell.
Yeah. But Khonnos and Imran immediately notice that he's not quite what he seems. He sort of stabilizes himself. He moves a little swifter than you would expect from an old man caster. And if you look real close, you could see that he actually has armor on. He's moving like he has armor on. So probably not your typical caster that you were expecting.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Okay, so that was Imran, that was Marcel and Khonnos. Imran.
20, 25. I'm gonna get 2 here. And I think we'll measure this beforehand. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Shatter at 4th level centered on the old man. Quotes old man. So that it reaches both. It's a 10-foot radius, so it should hit him and the one in the back.
Okay, and so what does it do?
That is a con save DC 17.
Okay. He made it.
I believe it's half damage.
Okay, the ghoul did not make it, so how much damage is the total? And then we'll do half damage for the old man.
Total is 22, so 11 for the old man.
Okay.
And interesting point of order that I didn't really think about until I did this. Any non-magical object that isn't being worn, carried also takes damage. So probably all those bottles on the shelf.
Oh.
I didn't really think about that until I read the entire description of the spell.
It's within 10 feet? Okay.
It's a 10-foot radius.
Okay.
That would include the pulley system too.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so let me see something about that pulley system. Okay, hold on.
Let me
I
calculate.
feel
how
like
many
I do
hit
this
points
to you
it
all the
has.
time.
No, it's okay. I just need to look up my standard DC here for the.
I like
it is
crit
wooden.
and electrified everything. Underwater, that was great.
How much does it do? 11 hit points?
22 total,
22.
or
Oh,
11 half.
Okay, so, so this, this pulley system, it was, like, very sturdy looking, but 22 points of damage is quite a bit. And it starts to sort of come loose, and as it comes loose, the wheel slips, and the rope comes off, and this rope falls down, and the cage with the humanoid plunges into the goo. And it sort of sinks in, and you can see that the goo is very, like, thick, oily, oozy, gross stuff, and it just sort of envelops it, and you see steam sort of rising where the thing had sunk. Also, the rope is just getting, like, it's almost like acid was poured on it, and it's being destroyed. This ghoul right here died, so he's gone. The old man looks over, and he did not die.
That's unfortunate.
But the thing is that wind is happening, so he sort of, things are blowing, his robes are blowing all over, and when the pulley system fell in, he was, distracted by that, and then he looked back and he sees all of the bottles shatter, and you see the white wispy things move through, and you see these, they sort of form into humanoid shape, and they're just kind of floating above in the cavern. And he looks up and he said, and he, he's pissed off. And he looks over and he says, "You've ruined a week's worth of work." And now we roll initiative.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Yes. Oh my god.
Well done.
I love causing problems.
Oh, this dice was rolling so well when I was using it as a DM, and now it's like, oh, you want to roll under 10, right?
That's exactly what mine did.
Yeah.
I need you for the next round, you dumbass dice. My initiative is an 11.
Oh, mine's a 5.
23.
Okay.
Oh, good,
So it's
Khonnos.
gonna go Khonnos,
God.
Marcel, creatures, and then
I'm doing
Imran.
it.
Okay, Khonnos.
Okay, I'm going to just, since I'm right next to the first dog here, I'm just going to reach out and basically poke it with Bolum and just try to absorb it,
Okay.
like I've done with the previous ones.
Roll me an attack roll.
Okay. $28, I think.
You think?
Because well, I'm making sure because sorry, 16 on the dice, and apparently I have a plus 12 with Bolum to hit, so 28.
You take those.
I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay,
With a D4 because you're blessed.
thank you.
You do have to remember that.
Good, I might need that. Unsaved 13.
That's with the 4.
That's what the D4.
Okay. So the good thing about this is you only take 9 psychic damage, and I think you have resistance to psychic damage or something, right?
Yeah, so I take...
So you take 4.
And then it takes something back.
Well,
Sure.
it starts swirling around and gets sucked into Bolum.
Okay.
And those wispy things that are floating around the top of the cavern, they start coming down to where that just happened. Is there anything you'd like to do? Anything else on your turn?
Yeah, I want to move to is that looks like about 15 feet straight across the pit?
Yeah, and that rope's no longer there. Remember, it fell down, so there's not actually an obstacle there. So you can probably jump across, but if you fall in, that might be a bad thing.
Yeah. Can I try to do a running
Oh
jump?
God,
Sure.
with a D4 potentially. No, it's just attacks and saving throws.
Let's see. Hang on a second. I can make a running long jump.
Yeah, so you can move 10
I always
feet,
forget this.
and then you jump a number of feet up to your strength score. What's your
Which
strength
is
score?
21.
Yeah, so if you have
21.
10 feet, you've got 10 feet, so you can easily make it.
So I guess I just bound over and land like right there.
Yep.
Everyone has a heart attack.
That's my turn.
Okay.
Okay. Marcel.
So Doggo 1 is gone now.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Great. Cool. Everything's going according to plan. I'm gonna have the storm sphere zap the old man.
Okay. Does he make a save or anything?
No, it's an attack
Okay.
from my end. So that's gonna be. What's my 2 hit? Plus 9. 20 to hit.
That hits.
Plus the less, I guess. 24. Just for. So he takes 16 lightning damage.
Beautiful.
And that's my bonus action. For my action. I'm just gonna send 3 Eldritch Blasts at him. Dear God. Could you roll higher, please? Alright, let's see. So the first one is 16.
Versus AC.
Yeah.
That hits.
Okay, 15.
Misses.
And then the other one's going to hit then because I was an 18 on the die.
Okay.
So 2 of them hit. D10. For another 8 damage.
And what kind of damage is it?
Force.
Okay.
Eldritch Blast.
8 each or 8 total?
8 total.
Okay.
I rolled a 7 and a 1.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have any other... What are the black gooey things in the corner?
So those are actually these wispy, cloudy, smoky things. They actually look quite a bit like the white ones that were pulled into the jars, but they're black.
Interesting. Let me double check. Okay, no, I cannot twin that. So, yeah, that's all I can do. I did move forward a bit, but just 10 feet. Just so that I can see the rest of, because I was a bit too far back to see the inky things. I guess we'll find out what those do. I am still concentrating on the storm sphere, so that is still up. I get to do that lightning zap as a bonus action on each of my turns.
That's, I like
Assuming
that.
I
That's
maintain concentration.
Okay, so that was Marcel's turn. Okay, well, he is not happy.
Really?
And this sphere, you said it's difficult terrain?
Correct.
That is so crappy. Because he's on the far side of it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly where we wanted him.
Nice.
Good luck getting to us, old man.
All right. He is going to move to here so that he can try to get out of there next time. And he's going to yell some stuff that sounds like gobbledygook, but apparently it is orders because these things move here and here and here. And this one actually is going to attack Blacksley. So, all right. So, first things first.
Oh, first things first. He started in the sphere. He needs to roll another strength save.
19 on the die.
Okay.
I'm using the same die for him every time.
You want to switch from that? Yeah, anyone who starts in the sphere needs to do a strength save on their turn.
Okay, so this ghoul has to do a strength save. I rolled a 10, so he failed. Does he take damage?
It's probably yeah, he takes 10 damage, 10 bludgeoning.
That kills him. He's gone.
Blacksley also has to save.
Oh.
Yeah, he failed.
He's in the sphere. So another 10 for him, too. Hopefully he gets the idea and gets out of the sphere. He's close enough to the edge.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he hasn't gone yet. So this thing here is going to attack Imran.
Okay.
Let me... no, it's going to miss, but it sort of reaches out and it tries to, like, scratch you, and its sort of wispy hand just goes right through you, but it doesn't really actually do anything.
Ooh. I don't like that.
And then it sort of dissipates, and you no longer see it.
What?
Cool. Okay. Great. Good.
And the other one's going to attack Khonnos.
Okay.
I rolled a 19, so that's going to be 22.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Yep.
You're going to take 13 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And you feel it sapping the strength out of you. And your strength score is reduced by 2.
Oh no.
Ooh. Okay, so Here's a question, because I've got a magic item that's boosting my strength score already. Does that come off of that, or does it come off my base score, or how is that going to work?
So it just comes off of whatever your strength is right now.
Okay.
But the thing is, if it reduces your actual strength to 0, you die. That doesn't count your boosted strength. It's just your regular attribute strength. So whatever your
so my normal strength
is. Yeah, what is it?
So my normal strength is, I believe it's either. Hang on a second. It's either 10 or 12.
Yeah. So.
Okay. We need to deal with things.
So theoretically, now it's 2 less than. Now the magic item still works, okay, but your attribute has been reduced. If you survive, it'll come back after a short rest or long rest. But okay, so it's a temporary thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But it can completely incapacitate you at this point.
Yeah. Matt, on D&D Beyond, if you click on your strength score, not the modifier, but the score, it does show you like all your details, and it has another modifier so that you can put minus the.
Okay. So. Got it. Okay. So my base strength is 9 without the Belter Giant strength, so now it's a 7.
Yes.
Might want to deal with those.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't like
Change
this.
your plans.
Yeah. I mean, I rolled super high too, so and then it also dissipates so that you can't see it at the moment.
We can't attack it if we can't see it.
And so that is those 2 things. The dog sort of. Let me see here. Khonnos, roll me animal handling check.
Okay. 8.
Yeah, no, it attacks you.
Okay.
Okay. It tries to bite you twice. One is an 18 and one is a 19.
Both hit.
Okay. Okay. So you're going to take 12 and 9 damage. So, what, 21?
21.
That's piercing damage.
Okay.
And then the dog it does that thing where it kind of puts its head down and its ears down, and it kind of whines a little bit. And then it's done. Blacksley does not move. Imran, it's your turn.
What does he do?
Quick question. My robe lets me see invisible creatures and things that are on the ethereal plane. Can I still see these 2 things that vanished?
Yes, you can see them.
Okay. Is one still by Emran?
Yeah, you can yell at her and tell her that it's there, but she'll roll the attack with
I-
disadvantage if she does attack.
Yeah, I'll quick hold on. You can't see it, but it's still there. It's still right by you.
Interesting.
What direction?
Oh,
Okay.
wait, just vanished from me. It was 1 square southwest.
Yeah. Okay.
Honestly, I'm more interested in the one beside Khonnos, but
I'll make the
Yeah,
decision
same.
again, so.
I'm still gonna move here, potentially. Yeah, I'm gonna move there, and at that point, I can reach. Supposedly, I can reach both of those creatures and the old man down here. So I'm gonna cast Destructive Wave. So I don't know how that works if I can't see the creatures. It just says every creature you choose within 30 feet of you must succeed on a con save or take damage.
It says every creature you choose.
Yes.
then I don't think you need to see it as long as you know it's there. But when you move away, it gets an attack of opportunity.
Yes, it does.
And I rolled 10. That's probably missing you.
It misses.
Okay.
Okay. So those 3 creatures need to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 17.
Okay, so here is the first black creature up in the top there. I rolled a 2, so I'm sure that's going to fail. Yeah, it doesn't
Fails?
get any kind of bonus. The second, I rolled an 8, and then the old man, what is it, a Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
13. What was the DC?
Fails. Okay.
Okay. So they all
17. Okay, so actually, I'm just going to use D&D Beyond because this is a crap ton of damage.
So what did you cast?
Destructive Wave.
Okay.
So it takes 5d6 thunder damage,
Ouch.
and so it takes 21 thunder damage, and 14 radiant damage.
Nice.
Yeah,
35 total.
35 total, but I'm hoping the radiant does something, potentially.
Okay, so both of these creatures completely dissipate
Yes.
down.
Yeah. Okay.
The old
I
man.
have no idea that happened.
The old man kind of takes the hit, and he just points at you and he says, "You're next. I'm gonna come for you."
Oh, I'm in trouble.
Would you like to do anything else on your turn?
Can I just call to Blacksley and see if he responds?
You can.
Yeah, I just call his name. Blacksley!
Get out of the circle!
Get out of the circle!
No response.
God dang it.
Get him out of the circle. He's gonna keep taking damage if he stands there.
Anything else?
That is all.
Okay, top of the round. It's Khonnos' turn.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to absorb dog number 2.
Okay, roll the attack roll.
The D4.
8 plus...
So Blacksley's just
20.
sitting there and he's taken damage from that thing twice now and he hasn't done anything about it.
Correct, he's standing. Yes.
What the fuck?
20 total to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
Roll me a con saving throw.
Okay. Also, the arcane eye is gone because I lost concentration on that last round. Ooh, that ain't good. 7, 9.
You take 14 psychic damage, but in half, so 7.
Okay.
And then the dog gets sucked into Bolum.
Okay.
Those white forms are now kind of swirling around, and they're kind of down at your level. They're no longer up by the roof or by the ceiling. They're kind of down, swirling around.
Can I make out any like faces or features in them, or is it just like a clouds of smoke?
They're wisps of smoke at this point. Yeah, you can't really make any features out, but they're obviously not just wisps of smoke.
Right.
They're sort of
Okay,
swirling around Bolum.
Okay. I'll stay where I am, and I'll end my turn.
Okay. Marcel.
Does Blacksky look like out of it? Like he's like awake, right? Like conscious, but just standing there staring straight ahead?
Yeah, kinda.
What the fuck is up with him? Okay. Yeah, make me do things. Okay. So I'm gonna move forward and then I'm gonna double check something. Yeah, okay. So... Fuck. No, I can't. Motherfucker. Okay, stupid bonus action spell economy thing. Okay. Great. So I can't do that. So instead, I'm just gonna attack the old man.
You could just drop
him.
the spear spell.
No, that makes no difference. I was gonna Misty Step and then Thunder Step, but I can't because freaking bonus action spell can't cast anything but a cantrip. So the bolt that goes for him is gonna be 17 plus 9 plus bless.
Yeah, that's obviously gonna hit.
Better. It's like 30 damage to hit. So that's 10, 21, 22, 23 lightning damage. Zap.
Okay.
And then I guess I'll just send 3 Eldritch Blasts at him again.
Okay.
That's going to be 18, 19, and 24.
All of them hit.
Great. So this is force damage, and that is going to be 20 force damage total.
Okay.
And that's my turn. That's a lot of damage for one turn.
So now he has to make another strength save because he's starting his turn in the thing.
Correct.
I rolled an 18.
He saves, so he doesn't take any damage.
He moves out of there. So that was 10. Yeah, so he moves to here. And he puts his arms up. And he says, "Arise, my guardians. You're needed now." And...
Is that a spell?
Not really, it's an ability.
Okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it. It sounds scary.
It does.
The 5 things, the five or 6 white things.
Oh no.
Coalesce.
They went to the south, right? Beyond, like on the other side of the storm sphere.
They were coalescing around Khonnos. Whoops. Darn it.
Oh.
Stupid thing.
Great.
And they sort of end up coalescing into these strange ghostly figures.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
That are all around Khonnos.
No.
And they sort of just solidify. Let me just label these all. And he smiles and says, "Say hello to my army."
I don't like this.
And then... So I can actually get rid of this book now.
It's going to take me another 2 rounds to get to Blacksley. Because I have short ass feet. Emerin, you need to pull him out.
You have
Oh no, but now Cohen's surrounded.
short ass feet?
Yeah. They're a special kind of feet that only Latrinian have.
Okay, so... I'm sorry, Khonnos. But all 5 of them are going to attack.
Oh, don't be. Okay.
You did get rid of all the dogs.
Yeah. So
You did. That was good.
Besides, it's not a combat if Khonnos doesn't go down.
I mean, speaking of which, I'm already at down to half hit points.
I
FYI.
know. I was. Oh, this changes everything I was gonna do.
okay, so I rolled an 18 on the die, so that's 24. That's one of them. Second one, I rolled a 3. That's going to miss.
I would like. Can I use my reaction to impose disadvantage on the first one?
Sure. Let me roll his attack again. I rolled a 10, which is 16.
Misses.
Okay, so the first 2 miss. Third one, that's going to miss. Fourth one, I rolled an 18 on the die, so that's going to hit you. And fifth one, I rolled a 10, so that's going to miss. So one of them hits you. Okay, so you take... ...21 damage, necrotic.
Ooh.
Oof.
And I
just
need
one.
you to make me a DC 14 con save.
Not good.
Oh please, with the D4.
Yep. Con save 19.
Okay.
Okay. That's good, because that would have reduced your hit point total by that amount.
Oh god.
Okay.
Getting this.
Immorin, it is your turn.
This changed everything I was gonna do. Hey. I think I'm gonna. So, did we decide if? How did we do the jumping calculations? If your strength, you can jump the number.
Your
of feet
strength
you
score.
Yeah,
Or-
as long
But
as you
that's
have, you have 10 feet.
You have to running jump.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you have to have 10 feet in front of the jump that you move, and you can
So
do...
you'd have to back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll back up 10 feet,
Okay.
take a running leap, and jump
Okay.
over to Khonnos and cast. I'm gonna use my channel divinity to turn undead and hopefully kill all these things.
Okay.
So all creatures, all undead creatures, I'm hoping they're undead, that can see or hear you within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw DC 17.
Okay, so here's the first one. It's a DC 17.
Yes.
Okay. Fail. Pass. Fail.
Okay.
Fail. Fail. So the second one passed. And how much damage do they take, or do they go away?
That is a good question. I hadn't been able to find that, and we did this last time. And I think
This is your channel
CR.
divinity. Let me see.
Yeah.
They have to basically run away from her, and I think if they're a CR, either a 2 or a 3, or at this point, depending on the level, they just go out of existence.
Otherwise, they just have to flee.
Yeah, at this point it's a 3, and they are higher than a 3. So,
So they don't take damage, but they have to start running away from her.
on their turn
yeah.
or immediately?
a turn creature must spend its turns trying to move as far
Okay.
away as it can.
So they don't move yet. Also, I need to roll for Blacksley. What's the DC?
17.
Yeah, he made it. Okay.
And then I guess another question. So that was my channel divinity. Can I use a bonus action to cast a spell?
Yeah.
Channel Divinity, is that a bonus action? Or is that your
It's an
regular
action. It's an action.
Okay. Yeah, then you've still got your bonus action
Yeah.
left. You used your movement and your regular action.
Perfect.
Yeah, channel divinity is not a spell.
Okay, I didn't think so. I want to use a quick healing word on Khonnos at level 3. I know that's not much, but at least it's something.
Were the unseen creatures, either of those within range of her channel divinity?
Those she already destroyed.
I think those are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
the wave that she cast her last turn destroyed them.
Got it.
You're up 12 points, Khonnos.
Thank you.
Okay, and just as Khonnos is about to take his next turn, two of the guards run in. Actually, one of the guards and Tobik, with Dalencia behind them. And Blacksley finally looks over as soon as Dalencia enters the room, and he says, "Now that you are here, my queen, I will kill him once and for all." And then it's Khonnos' turn.
Is he looking at any of us in particular when he says that, or the old man, or?
He's looking at Dalencia and saying it, but he didn't actually move.
Okay. Okay, so all these ghosts are still around me. The one, so the entropic ward I used on the one that hit me says I get advantage on the first attack against it, so I'm just going to make 3 tentacle attacks with Bolum against that one.
Okay.
This turn.
I believe that was number 4.
Okay. A 27 on the first attack.
Of course, that hits.
16 on the second attack.
Yes.
And a 28 on the third one.
Okay, yes, all 3 of them hit.
Okay, ooh, this is the first time I've actually hit all 3 with this, so I think this is when it gets tied up.
Can you tie up the ghost?
I mean, it's incorporeal, so...
Yeah. Fifteen plus 21. 36 points of piercing damage altogether.
Okay.
Actually, it would be bludgeoning damage. Rather. And it has to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw because I hit it all 3 times. On a failure, its speed is 0 and it suffers disadvantage on dexterity saves.
It failed.
Okay. It can attempt another save at the end of each of its turns.
Okay. It's going to have a problem because it's going to try to get away from Imran and it can't move.
Oh! That's... If they're... Well, no, the one is still there, so I'll stay where I am.
Okay. Okay, Marcel.
Okay. Blacksley's still in the circle. I don't know when his turn is.
Mm-hmm.
But at the start of his turn, he has to strength saving throw, or take more damage.
Mm-hmm.
How's the old man looking?
He is... His facade is mostly gone, so you see that he's actually a little bit younger than he looked. But his armor's really beat up. He's pretty bloody.
Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of the source. So he's not in the circle anymore, so I don't get advantage. Zappity natural 20.
Nice.
Oh god. That's 10d6 damage.
Wow.
Oh my god.
What is that? What is that, a spell?
That's my bonus action Storm Sphere. Let me see. So that's 19.
But wait, he's not in the storm sphere.
No, I can attack anyone within 60 feet of the sphere.
Okay.
If he's in, I get advantage.
Yeah.
It's an amazing
Oh
spell.
my god.
33 lightning damage. Yeah, because it's a lightning bolt that comes from the sphere and just zaps anything in the surrounding area. Marcel's like, fuck you in particular.
Yeah. It's like that picture of the lightning hitting the ocean. It's like, fuck this fish, fuck this other fish, fuck this other fish.
Alright, he got carried away and rolled a 2 on one of his Eldritch Blasts, but the other two are 18 and 17 before modifiers, so those are gonna hit.
Yep.
So that's 2d10. It's gonna be another 12 force damage.
Okay. All right.
Do I go to Blacksley or do I go to Khonnos?
I think I got Khonnos.
Yeah, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Over there in the corner, like brave little Lutrinian, and that's my turn.
Okay. All right. So, all of these have to flee from Immorin,
Except 2.
Mhm.
except number 2.
And I guess whoever Khonnos attacked, because they're grappled.
Yeah, that's number 4. So 3 is going to go this way. 1 is having a problem because they're going to try to flee and they're going to get attacked by Tobik. So somebody roll me a couple of d20s. And of course, 5 is also going to... So I suppose Khonnos gets an attack of opportunity on both of those as well.
Well, it's only one reaction.
Yeah,
Right. That's right.
I'm not gonna attack them as they leave.
Okay. Tobik will attack one of them, though.
Oh,
right,
5.
Okay, Tobik misses.
Yeah, because that'll break the turn.
Excuse me.
The old man runs up to Immorin
Mhm.
Yeah, you finally got in range.
and...
I just imagine Marcel in the back going, I still have 7 more rounds of the zappity zaps.
He pulls out a longsword as he's walking up to you.
Oh, hi.
Amberin, I believe in you.
All right.
I
And he
appreciate it.
attacks you.
And your high AC.
And let's see, the first one is 22,
That hits.
21,
That hits.
13, and 19.
Miss. Miss.
Okay, so 2 of them hit.
Mhm.
All right. And then you're going to take... Okay, so... Uh, 20 slashing damage plus 5
Okay.
necrotic damage.
Okay, I'm resistant to necrotic, so,
Okay, so 2 necrotic.
Is that just the first hit, or is that both of them?
No, that's both of them. And then...
Okay.
Huh? And
I was going to
then-
use my reaction to...
Oh, what's your reaction?
I'm going to use Wrath of the Storm.
Okay.
So when a creature attacks me, I can use my reaction. You have to make a Dex saving throw, DC 17, or take 2d8 lightning damage.
He failed it.
Oh, that's a crappy roll. He takes 5 lightning damage.
Okay. As you are crisping him up with lightning, he leans down to try to bite you.
What?
20 to
Okay.
hit. What's your AC?
It just hits.
Okay.
20.
Yeah, you're gonna take...
Uh-oh.
He tries to rip out part of your neck, and you're gonna take 14 piercing damage. And
Wow.
Rude.
and 9 necrotic, but you're resistant, so 4 necrotic.
Ow.
Yeah.
Ow. That hurt.
And as he
Oh,
sort
boy.
of puts his head back and swallows, he smiles. And
Oh.
he says, "You thought this was going to be easy?" Blacksley,
no.
Blacksley, meanwhile, Blacksley moves out of the circle and then moves up here, and then he runs and he jumps to here, and he pulls out the sword with the skull on it. You know, your favorite sword.
Yeah.
But he had to use all of his turn to frickin' move, so he cannot attack the creature yet. It is Imran's turn.
Damn it, Marcel.
God damn it. He screwed up everything I was going to do.
He
I
seems to
didn't
like
cast
doing that
Thunderwave.
to you.
What? Yeah, he keeps doing that. Guess I'm not doing that anymore. Let's just make it a pain to be around me. Let's cast some Spirit Guardians. Actually, no, that drops Bless. Never mind.
Don't
So
draw.
is Bless a
Wait.
concentration spell because you
Oh,
took
yes, it
damage?
is.
Oh!
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Okay, so I took 22 on the first hit, so what do I have to roll to save on that?
11 con check. Con save.
It's half damage or 10, whichever's higher. So,
Okay. 17, so that saves on the first one.
okay.
And then the bite was 14.
So 10.
Okay, 18 on the second, so it's still up.
We need that, Bless.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I mean,
It's okay. Blacksley and I have the old man. Get rid of the undead that's still attacking Khonnos.
I don't really know if I want Blacksley to be the one to kill this guy, though, because I feel like this is just, like, a bad situation all around. Okay. I need to make a decision. Let's just go with... I'll cast Destructive Wave again. Yeah, it's each creature I choose within 30 feet. So... I can get... Okay, I can get all of the creatures, or all of the ghosties, just barely from where I'm at, and the old man.
Okay.
So all of these things need to make a Constitution saving throw. I'm burning all of my spell slots, so I hope this is not
This is
going
the time.
anywhere else besides this.
All right, so... All right, so let's start up there at the top with number 1. What is this, a con save?
Con save DC 17.
Okay. Fail. Number 2, or actually the one below it's number 5, but it also failed. Number 2 passed. Poor sap. Number 3 failed. Number 4 passed. And then the old man passed.
Okay.
So 1, 5...
2, 4, and old man passed is what I wrote down.
Yeah, 2, 4, and old man passed. Yeah. So what does it do?
So 14 lightning damage total,
Okay.
and 18 radiant damage. Or both of those have, they say.
Okay, so say that again. 14.
14 lightning damage and 18 radiant damage.
Okay. Okay. Is there half damage if they pass?
Half damage if they pass, so 7 and 9.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Do you want to move?
I might... a flank with Blacksley.
Okay.
I don't really know if I want him killing this dude, but he just took a chunk out of my neck, so I kind of just want him dead. So yeah, that's my turn.
Dalencia and the guard moves in. Tobik attacks these other two and misses. Unfortunately, Khonnos, it is your turn.
Okay, so of these ghosts, which ones are still turned at this point?
1, 5, and 3.
I'm going to cast Banishment on 2 and 4.
Okay. What do they have to do?
You.
They have to make they each have to make a DC 18 Charisma saving throw, or they either banished to a harmless demiplane or their native plane of existence.
Yeah, they are banished.
Okay. There goes my counterspell, but I wanted those out of my face.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to move 5 feet towards the old man, and that's my turn.
Okay. Marcel?
All right, let's see how this goes. Zap, zap. Yeah. That one.
No!
It's happened. It's Especially after that 20 last turn. It's okay. I still have 3 more bolts. Nat 20, 3 and a 4. Really? Come on. Let's see what the bless does for those. 4 plus 7, 16 to hit.
For the old man.
Yep.
That hits.
And the other one's a 14, so I don't think that hits.
Nope.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna spend some die, I think. I'm gonna reroll that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna empower spell. Better. 15 force damage.
Okay.
Okay. And I guess I don't have to move anymore, so I will stay here. And cheer everyone on.
The old man turns to Imran and says, "You don't think you can get away that easily, do you?" And
She's not exactly getting away.
proceeds
She's
to.
moving.
Not trying to get away.
He's going to attack her 4 times. Nat 1.
Great. Okay.
Natural 18. That's going to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
22
That hits.
and 21.
Oh, come on.
Oh boy.
He hits a plus 9 to hit, so it's
Yeah.
yeah.
And what's Emeren's AC? 21?
It's
20?
20. Mm-hmm.
I thought you had
so-
plate plus shield.
I think I do.
Is it different?
I have plate plus shield.
Okay, so here's
I guess
the
that-
total damage. $17 plus 12 necrotic, but you're resistant, so 6 necrotic.
Okay. Ow.
Heal thyself.
These
Yep, that's the next.
these things run away. This one sort of floats up to the sky and runs away. They're fleeing. Tobik just lets them go at this point, watching everything else. And at this point,
Doesn't.
Blacksley
If this old man is Betet,
I'm gonna be. I don't know what's happening.
Okay. Blacksley is going to attack him. Nat 20.
Nice.
Yep, that tracks.
this is Cornelius Adrim killing Betet again.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, he hurts.
He doesn't do much damage. I mean, he does a lot of damage, but considering what he is, Okay. The thing is that he's using that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to look it up because I lost my paper that had everything written down. Here we go. Okay, it has to make a DC 15 con save. Rolled an 8 on the die. It fails. As Betet sticks the sword into the old man, the sword flashes with amethyst-colored light, and the old man screams and screeches, and as he starts to fall, his flesh kind of starts to melt away, and his soul wisps out of his body, and it gets sucked into the sword, and the light in the sword kind of goes out, right? It was glowing, and it goes out. And Blacksley falls to his knees. Imran, it's your turn. Queen Dalencia yells, "No!"
Great. Good. Okay. I don't... Oh god, why do I have to go?
I mean,
No.
technically speaking, the only combatants on the field now that are alive are those wraiths. So, since they're fleeing from you anyway, we could just call the battle over, and then you don't have to go. Everybody can go.
Does Blacksley look like he's going to die?
He has fallen down and slumped over.
I am going to run up to him and cast Cure Wounds. I literally have no idea what to do at this point. I cast it at a 2nd level, and if it matters, he takes 10 points of healing.
It does not look like it helps him at all.
Okay. Can I grab the sword and, chuck it away?
He looks up at you, and he says, "My task is complete."
I don't understand what that means. What did you do?
I had to kill him one last time.
Who was he?
Ask the queen. And then he passes out.
Oh god,
That was Betet. That he had to kill Betet.
I mean, yeah, I know. I don't. What does he mean by one last time? I'm gonna scream across the void at Dalencia and be like, "You should probably come here."
You should probably come over here.
You should probably, yeah. I mean, he didn't seem to need Dalencia besides having her as witness.
Yeah, I don't understand what's happening.
I mean, she does not move. She's kind of just staring over there. She looks a little bit defeated.
I'll pick him up.
Was that not what was supposed to happen?
I was trying to break the cycle, not repeat it yet again.
Oh.
Yeah, that was. Well, okay.
But he said one last time. Also,
No,
I think the soul
that's
just got
what's
eaten by that
confusing.
sword. He can't revive. He can't revive if his soul is gone, right?
I did toss the sword away, so I did touch it without really thinking
Oh, you
about
did?
it. But I did. I tossed it. Just kind of back,
You
into
picked
the.
it up?
I pulled it from Axley when he collapsed, and I just really quickly tossed it, slid it across the ground.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh
Oh,
boy.
no.
Oh God, I'm really afraid now. Oh, I have a D4 because I'm still blessed.
The DC is
Yeah.
18.
Just roll high.
Natural 20. Okay. It's fine. Oh, that's a total of 30. That's a total of 30. God bless this dice. It likes saving throws. It does not like attack rolls. Okay, that was terrifying. I
So
didn't think
you
about
just kind
that.
of picked up the sword and threw it back behind you somewhere?
I just skidded across the ground to get it away from Axley.
Roll me
Blacksleeve.
a dexterity check.
Oh boy. That's not a good one.
Is that going in the goop?
Yep.
Oh, no.
I was trying to slide it behind me because I'm kind of in front. I'm facing him, and I just kind of slid it behind me.
Uh-huh. But
I really
what
yeah,
did you get on
okay.
your dexterity check?
got it too.
Yeah, it went in the goop.
Oh, great.
On.
And Khonnos and Marcel, if Marcel was watching, the goop did not make it sizzle and whatnot. It just went into the goop.
It just bloop. Great.
I've kind of got my hands full with this one.
I don't think I have anything to do to stop that from happening.
Then can I use Mage Hand to try to pull it out?
Let me look at something.
What a moment to not have telekinesis.
Oh, I've got it. I just don't have any more spell slots for it.
I can zap it with lightning, assuming 30 seconds haven't passed, because that's about the amount of time I had left on the storm sphere.
If I had 10 minutes, I can use an unseen servant to get it out.
But yeah, I'm assuming 30 seconds have passed, Sam. So
Yeah,
Sphere's
it was
gone.
3.5 rounds. So that's 25 seconds alone. So.
yeah, the sphere had like six turns left before we stopped.
I was looking for what the speed the hand could move.
I think it's 30 feet per round.
It's yeah.
I can move it up to 30 feet. I can move it up to 30 feet.
Yeah.
So 30 feet per 6 seconds.
And it can carry something that weighs up to 10 pounds.
So as the hand goes into the goop to try to grab the sword, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. 20.
Okay. So part of the problem is that you can't see the sword. So you're trying to, like, make the hand go where the sword is, and you actually grab the sword, but when the mage hand comes out of the goop, the mage hand is fully covered in the goop. And so is the sword. What would you like to do with it?
Touch it, please.
Say that again, sorry.
Not touch it, please. Can I just like try to have it like wipe some of the goop off like on the ground or on the wall or something like that? Try to clean it off that way.
It's like tar. It does not want to come off.
Great. Do we want to put this thing in our bag of holding in this condition?
No.
Just leave it on the counter right
They're
now.
like, no!
Fuck that. How are we getting it out?
Yeah, just
Also, having that goop in her bag doesn't sound like a great idea to me.
So remember, this goop was like soul-sucking goop, and that sword sucked a soul into it, so...
Oh god, what if it took the soul out of the sword? I don't think so. Oops.
bless.
I don't know. That problem is above my pay grade. I mean, that sword will go where it will. It seems to have ideas of its
Tendency
own
to
as to what it
follow it?
wants to do.
Yeah.
We would just leave it here.
Yeah, I'd say just leave it here.
I mean, I feel like we all need to take a second because we need to figure out what just happened and what our next steps are going to be.
Did the old man's body like stay? What happened to his body?
Yeah, where's his body?
It just crumpled to the ground.
Okay. Didn't like turn to dust or anything. But we saw
No,
the
but
soul.
it's rotting really quickly, though.
Okay. But we saw like the soul get like sucked out into the sword.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no change to the sword after that, right?
The light went out.
Oh, the light of the
Right.
amethyst, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No clue. Is Blacksley still
He's on the
was
ground.
he ever alive?
I mean, he was
Cameron?
never really alive, right?
Yeah. Is Blacksley still gone? Hold on.
I
Undead?
I check for a pulse.
Check for pulse. There's no pulse.
Check for Shake
wanna-
him.
I want to try something, and I didn't think I would ever actually use this ability, but it's this would probably be the one person I wouldn't feel horrible about using it on. I'd like to use Create Thrall, please.
Oh.
What?
What?
So
On Chili
this is
Quest?
yeah. I don't even know if this is going to work or not, but it's creepy as hell. But this would be the one person I wouldn't feel filthy about using on. I use my action to touch an incapacitated humanoid. He is charmed by me until a remove curse spell is cast on it. The charm condition is removed for it, or until I use this on someone else. While it's charmed, I can communicate telepathically with him as long as the two of us are on the same plane of existence. It's not like dominate person or anything. He's just charmed by me. So I just like whisper in his ear, You may still have some purpose yet. Wake up.
So where's that spell at?
It's not a spell. It's the 14th level warlock ability.
Oh man, my God. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Or did I just break something?
Oh, well, you're gonna tell me.
I love it.
Remember why he's around.
Because actually, essentially talked him into existence, literally.
Right, but whose call
And
was he really answering?
Raven Queen.
Raven.
Ooh.
He was a revenant
Yeah.
made by
So
Raven Queen.
his eyes
To ma-
open, and he looks directly at you, but they are not the eyes of Axley. They look quite a bit like the eyes of the priestesses that you saw in the large cathedral in Shadowport.
Uh-oh.
And the Blacksley's body opens its mouth, but the sound of the voice that comes out is a woman's voice. And she says, "What other task do you have for my loyal servant?" But the only person who hears this or sees Blacksley do anything is Khonnos.
Oh, I didn't think this through.
Let's tell the revenant that the Raven Queen made to do a task that he's not done.
So let's take a break since it's at the 2-hour mark. This will give Matt a little few minutes to think about things, and if you guys want to chat about it. Although Imran and Marcel don't realize what's happening, but you. So
We just see him like kneeling down and whispering into Blacksley's ear.
Exactly. So let me take us to the break screen.
Hold on, Matt, say something again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, I can't hear a word you're saying.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna
Yeah, log out,
refresh
log back
Discord
in.
really quick.
Yeah, we can hear. So
Can you hear me?
Okay, now try.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Discord is so weird.
Weird, yeah. Discord sometimes just pops, it changes my audio settings. And I'll be on, like I was talking to some friends of mine the other day, and I was on, and I was like, I was doing something, and they kept hopping on, and I was like, all of a sudden I realized they can't hear anything I'm saying because they weren't responding to me anymore, and I'm like, what the hell? Well, turns out Discord had just changed all my settings, so stupid thing, whatever. Like, okay, so and we're back, everybody, for DnDeBrief, and now Karu or maybe Marcel has decided that they know something about what to do.
well, we don't know what's going on, but Khonnos probably remembers this, but because the thing we had about like finding what Blacksley was up to was when we found out that he had gone to the Book of Proofs and had left a proof there. That proof was Nogales must be dispatched with Dalencia. And after that, he basically said, I now know what I have to do, and went to the place we're at right now.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I understand, he just killed Betet, which is not Nogales, and he didn't dispatch Nogales with Dalencia, which means he's not fucking done until he gets rid of the sword with Dalencia. That's my brilliant plan.
I concur that it's brilliant. I don't know if the DM agrees, but
And it's worth a shot at this point.
At the very least, it's something that Khonnos can think of being like, hey, yeah, you're not done because you said you were going to do this and you didn't.
Yep. Okay, thank you, because I had forgotten that, but thank you. So I will respond to this voice and say, his task is not quite finished yet. He must still destroy the sword. His task was to destroy Nogales. He must still destroy that along with Dalencia. He must do it together, and he may rest.
He has already dispatched Nogales.
Damn it.
right now.
Dalencia
Well,
is
then.
God damn it.
Then I would simply ask that, or say that completing his task will cause a deadly cycle to repeat once again in our world. I want him to help us break that cycle once and for all. But if that is not your will, then he can rest.
Dalencia must break the cycle.
How does she do that?
It is her family that keeps cycling. She must put them to rest.
Mm.
It is their vengeance which keeps the cycle going. My vengeance is now done.
And take your servant back. I will break the connection. He has earned his rest.
The Revenant's eyes close.
All right.
That could have been way worse.
Good to sort of know. Still not good, but you know.
Did we blow it? Did we blow the shot at breaking the cycle?
No, we haven't, because it's up to Dalencia.
Right, but it's like their family name, and like, is it the next Dalencia's job now? Because this one didn't.
Is Khonnos going to say anything to... I mean, none of you heard any of that.
I mean, yeah, I guess if you tell us.
I will
I guess
the Raven Queen was not...
Yeah, the question really is, are you going to say this in front of Dalencia, or are you going to try to talk to Marcel and Imran alone?
Your Majesty, I'm sorry, we need a few moments to discuss something with ourselves.
The Queen says, yes, I need to speak with my elite guard as well. Perhaps we will meet you back in the other main room.
Okay. Just don't go to that northern hall corridor. I think there's still some people in that room. I don't know what state they might be in. I was able to see a group of people in a room through that northern corridor. There was somebody chained to a table and several other people that appeared to be prisoners. We should check on them before we get going, though.
I'll set my guard to release them all. Let's go.
Okay.
She leaves. Her and Tobik go along with
Okay.
guard.
Once they leave, Khonnos will just kind of sit down, kind of prop himself up on a wall. I nearly made a terrible mistake. Seems that gods don't like their chosen followers being mucked with.
You don't say.
But who would have thought? But his task is done. He did dispatch Nogales, but now it seems that if we want to end this cycle once and for all, it's Dalencia that has to do it. Her family is the one that apparently keeps the cycle going. She must put this family vengeance to rest once and for all, somehow.
So, why aren't we telling her? She wants to. It's not like she's unwilling.
I guess I'm concerned with how she does that. She said she was prepared for certain death coming in here. That might mean she might have to die somehow for this to end.
I feel like that's a bit strong of a way to do it. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that would somehow break the cycle. Her dying just means that, a future Dalencia is going to pick up the same thing. What was... Dalencia's vengeance thing was against the kids that were
Against Ian Tarsus.
Against Ian Tarsus. Because Ian Tarsus had killed her kids?
Yeah, he stole them.
He stole them.
And so she went and she basically, the original Dalencia took over the Soul Spire. That's why she was Dalencia, Queen of Souls, because she was searching for her children, and so she thought, well, if he stole them, then he must have put them where all souls go, which is to the Soul Spire. But they weren't there, but she had already taken over the Soul Spire.
So to put this to rest, we need to give her children back. Khonnos, isn't that the dogs you've been absorbing?
I guess I suppose so, yeah. And we've got...
So you have the way to stop it. Give her the souls that she's been searching for.
Okay.
God damn it.
Alright, well, we have some of them at least. We know there's still more out there, including the big one. but give some back at least somehow.
How many have you
Or
absorbed?
should we go 4 so far? I think
So there was 2 in this room.
one.
The statue in the other room.
One in the mud temple.
Yeah, 1 in the mud temple, and 1 in the. Oh no, you destroyed that one. You didn't absorb that one. In the Chamber of Eyes.
And you have Volum.
And you have Volum.
I do.
I will point out, even Volum you don't have access to when we're in these other planes, so we might have to wait till we get back. But you might want to tell her about it. If finding those souls is what she needs to break the cycle, then she needs to know.
That's basically the key to do it. Yeah, she might even need to take it. Let's see. Let's go find her.
While you're discussing all that, can I look at the sword again? And can I just like hold a sacred flame in my hand and just see if the goop reacts and see if it retracts a bit? Like just hold a sacred flame up to it. Maybe just hit it with a sacred flame. Because it's weird that the sword is still active.
Is it though?
Even though it's...
The
Yeah,
amethyst
because when I
light went
touched
out.
it, like...
Oh.
When I touched it, I still, like, felt something. I don't really know what I felt, but I know I had to make a wisdom saving throw. Like, it's just
Yeah,
weird
that's
to me
true.
that that's still, like... I don't know.
I mean, it might be a soul-sucking sword, you know?
It might be. That would be terrifying.
So when you have the radiance in your hand and you bring it toward the sword that's covered in the goop does start to kind of come off the sword, but it's not trying to get away from the flame. It's trying to go to it.
Oh.
Great.
When you
Cool.
cast divine magic, you are using the spark of your deity to produce that, especially divine magic that does radiant damage. You're using the tiniest sliver of your deity's essence to produce that.
Okay. I mean, it might take a while, but I can maybe coax the goop off of the sword.
What are we gonna do with the sword? The other thing I wanted to do, is there anything of interest on the old man's corpse?
That's a good question.
Looking specifically for any amethysts, any fancy weapons, and any notes or papers that he might have in his pockets.
We can also go through his table back.
Yeah.
I know I destroyed kind of a lot of it, but you know.
Oh, you mean that splintered wood in the back?
Watch out for all the broken glass.
Has a good job.
So he has his long sword and he's wearing some armor, but he also has he's actually wearing a gold chain with a pendant on it with the eye symbol in it, just like one of the ones you found in the coffin. Except this one isn't ruby, it's amethyst.
This is a terrible idea. Marcel takes it.
Marcel, did you learn nothing?
Into it.
Hazel.
It has an amethyst. Those things are important.
I mean, they are, but maybe, you know, someone else.
I'll be like, Khonnos, you have the magic bag, right?
Yeah.
I have another one of these.
Yeah. All right. And toss it in. Just can sort. You can look at it closer later. I'm feeling
No,
really
mine.
tired.
No,
Someone
have it.
someone help me up.
Yeah, I'll pull Khonnos to his feet.
Thanks.
Sure, I'll help you up. My 8 strength and my tiny back.
That's more than mine at the moment.
Yeah, the problem is my height
Oh,
is not.
yeah.
I'm like,
boy.
I'm around 4 feet.
Okay, I guess.
What kind of armor was it?
It is a breastplate.
I like look at the skull and like see the teeth and like maybe discern what this thing actually was, because I don't feel like it's human, being that it took a chunk out of my neck.
And did necrotic damage while he was at it. It's an important thing.
Yeah.
What would you like to look for? What are you investigating to try to see anything?
Mainly the skull and the teeth, and then like, I don't know. I don't think I have any like
Roll me
features that I can use to
medicine
discern.
check.
Okay. 13. No, that's not math. That's an 11.
Just an 11? You're a cleric. You have that low medicine score.
I rolled a 7.
Oh.
I'm just rolling. It's either really good or really bad. There's nothing in between at this point.
So, you know, skulls are made of lots of different pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You have a mandible, that's your jawbone. You have cheekbones, those are zygomatic bones. You have a frontal bone in your skull. You have 2 parietal bones behind them and an occipital bone. And then there's the bones that are where your ears are, right? And all those are technically separate bones, and then they fuse together as a human grows to adulthood, right? The bones on this, whoever it is. So let me put it this way. You know that if you see a deceased human or a deceased dwarf or a deceased elf, a humanoid, that while they have the same basic structure, you know, you can tell the lines where the bones are ossified together, and it's natural. This skull, at best you can tell with your roll, looks like the pieces came from different skulls.
Okay.
And were put together. They mostly fit, but you could tell where the seams are. They're called suture lines. They're not exactly matched, and that's not normal.
Cool. Well, I don't like that. But he's dead. Alright. What are we doing with the sword, I guess, is the next question. We want to spend a time to... Well, for the meantime, I guess I'll just sit like 3 feet away from it and like hold my hand out with the sacred flame in there and just let the slime kind of creep back towards me.
Do we want to take it with us, or do we want to leave it here?
It seems like we're gonna need it just a little while longer.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable having it with us.
Where are we going next? Are we done here? Is this what we came to do? Kill this guy? Is that gonna fix what's happening in like this place is still creepy looking, isn't it supposed to look different?
I think those are all really good questions, but I think those are questions for Dalencia. I
She
don't
doesn't
know if
seem
we
to
have
know
all the
much
answers.
either.
I feel like
Man.
there's still stuff that she's not really telling us. I feel like she knows a little bit more that we can maybe pry out of her.
I mean, yeah, we
I'm, like,
definitely have to
trying to
talk
spell
to her. But yeah, so we have that, and if we want to take it, I mean, I do have the bowl with me. I could summon a water elemental to carry it for us
That's a good
for
idea.
now.
That's
It
a good
might be
idea.
able to wash off any residue as well.
that.
It might also decide that, grabbing the sword turns the water elemental into the next big boss, but it's just a water elemental. We can deal with a water elemental. Water elemental that has absorbed that goo might not be the best idea. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
So what's the issue?
How we're gonna carry this thing? I mean, I can still move it. I still have mage hand up on it, so
Yeah, you could just mage hand it. That might be safer. Isn't your mage hand covered with goo, or did you just like dispel it and then like if you dispel
I
it?
have to keep. I should.
Then we have this one.
I can use Unseen Servant to carry it. I can do that. That lasts longer.
Okay. Sure.
I guess let's do that.
You need what? 10 minutes for that?
Yeah. Boof.
While Khonnos is casting that, do we want to go talk to Dalencia and see what she's up doing with the people in the other room?
I was kind of thinking about that. I don't really know if I want to leave Khonnos by himself,
Okay. That's fair.
but I can stay here and work on the sword, I guess, if you want to go talk to Dalencia, or at least maybe bring her back.
Yeah. Okay.
and have
All
a
right. So
discussion.
Marcel will go see what Dalencia's up to.
She left us.
Okay, so Marcel finds Dalencia in... Dalencia is in the room that you all came out of. And she's just there with Lord Tobik. The other guards, the remaining guards, are off dealing with the prisoners.
Okay.
So you have her relatively in private. Lord Tobik is there, but you basically have.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
have
mean, Lord
Dalencia's
Probik is
ear.
always there.
Right. Yes. That's her job.
Like the Lord Tobik is Dalencia's shadow.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Marcel is gonna walk over and go, well, Emran is trying to clean off the sword. We don't think it's a good idea to leave that sword down here, especially since it seems to have absorbed the soul of Nagalis or Betet. I'm not really clear on that anymore. So you wanted to end the cycle, right?
Of course, I'm tired of this vendetta that I keep having to relive.
Okay. Then don't? I mean, you're the one with the vendetta, right? So can't you just drop it? What's keeping you doing it? It's not them.
It's an enormous catastrophe that befell our entire planet.
But that happened.
Yes, it did. And I don't want
You
it to
can't-
happen again.
But everything that's happened since has been because of your vendetta.
You're
So what do you
blaming
need?
me for all of this?
Yeah, it's a bit of a strong way to put it. But
But it is
okay,
what you're
so
putting.
what I'm saying is that apparently you're the only one that can stop this.
How?
By stopping the vendetta. What do you need to do to stop the vendetta?
I don't know. I thought Blacksley was going to tell me. I thought either he was going to kill me, and that would remove my line, or that we would end up at the Soul Spire. This isn't the Soul Spire. This is the Stone Road.
What if you found your children? What if you were reunited with the souls of your children? Would that stop it?
You mean my great grandparents?
The souls, you
uncles
know,
and nieces?
The ones that were taken from you by Antarsis.
I don't know.
Wouldn't that stop the cycle? It all started because you wanted to find those kids, right?
I thought we would get to the Soul Spire and I would do something different from what my foremothers did.
Do you even know what your foremothers did?
I know they tried to take control of the Spire, and it didn't work, and it messed everything up, and I was going to throw myself into it to kill myself or something and make it so that it ends the cycle without taking control of it.
But you just... That makes no sense.
How else can I end a cycle that depends on my living?
But you just don't have to take control of it. You don't go there. It seems like
I've
going
been
there...
doing that my whole life, and look what happened. A catastrophe.
That catastrophe has nothing to do with that, as far as I can tell.
Everything is connected.
Sure. Okay, so let me put it this way.
I'm just looking at Nina's face.
I love myself so much. I appreciate them so much.
I think Khonnos is one of those missing kids.
What?
Well, not Khonnos. Well, just like you are Dalencia, but not really the Dalencia. But, you know, the whole, like, soul reborn thing. And he's you know those dogs we found?
Yes,
I think those are the, like, corrupted, lost souls of your children.
Oh.
And he's been collecting them.
That's why she never found them in the Soul Spire.
Because they weren't there, yeah. But now he's gathering them
we
for
didn't
you.
know where they were.
Well,
And now we do.
Yeah.
They're in dogs.
Right.
Demon dogs.
We did kill one, but I don't know what happens there. Oops.
They've been in hell this entire time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess so.
You're not
just
making a
killing me,
convincing
I think.
case for me to stop the cycle.
But we're taking them back. That's my point. If
Where
we
are the
save
rest of
them. How many are there?
9, I think.
9? 8?
There were 8.
Khonnos found... How many did we say he found? 6? 4.
Well, I've stored 4. We broke 1. So there's 3 left.
He rescued 4. I think he's the 5th. We also kind of destroyed one before we figured that out. So I don't know what happened to that one. Possibly gone back to hell? I guess. So here's the thing. There's a big one. And it's apparently the reason why everything is flooded and everything is going to be undead soon. So I don't know if that's maybe one of your kids who went ballistic and just decided to absorb all the demonic power and went evil. And I don't know.
Out of character, the writing says 8 shards to make the path. That was where the idea of the 8.
Yeah. Well, didn't one of the dogs be like, "Oh, I have this number of siblings"? The first one that was absorbed.
Yeah. It was 8. That's why you related it to the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The demon that is behind Laralac is a dog.
You're telling me that one of my ancestors who was stolen has had its soul corrupted to the point where it's now a giant demon dog and it's trying to destroy the world.
Maybe? Or maybe that's actually in Tarsus.
And if I don't repeat the cycle that suddenly everything's fine.
Well, we are going to undo the sinking. So we can go back. Going to the Soul Spire is not going to fix anything right now. You dying is definitely not going to fix anything. You dying just makes whoever else takes your name in the future repeat the cycle in the future. There's no guarantee there. I think what we need to do is find those lost souls and return them to the Soul Spire so they can be reborn properly.
But don't you have to destroy the demon? What's going to happen to that soul?
I don't know. I don't know if that soul is one of your kids or in Tarsus. I'm just talking about the first thing that comes into my head right now, so all I know is that thing is a big dog and it seems to control the others, but at the same time Khonnos seems to be able to break that control whenever he touches them and take them into himself. I don't know if he can do the same with the big dog, but I am pretty sure he's gonna try.
I think we need to take an inventory of all the dogs.
There's supposed to be one on each plane, but there were 3 here. So I think that's out of. Well, that was something we. No, wait. Volum said there was like 1 on each plane or something. Either way, we've been looking for the dogs, and that's one of Khonnos' missions. And like I said, I suspect Khonnos himself might be related in some way to all this. When he wrote. Anyways, we should get going. Let's go see what happened with the sword.
He wrote what?
Well, when you write something in the Book of Proofs, it seems to write the name of your soul, not your current name. When I wrote something, it showed the name of the last king of the Lutrinians, which seems to be the reason why I can use the sword, and apparently my people are starting to call me my liege. I'm really not ready for that. How do you do it? Anyways, when Khonnos did it, it said Volum. So
You're
Take
telling
that
me
as-
that your traveling companion is containing, carrying, or the embodiment of one of my ancestors.
possibly,
And
yeah.
this whole time you didn't tell me that.
Well! I don't know if...
You all said you had a way to get out of here, right?
Yeah, Khonnos knows. Wait.
What about all of these prisoners that we're rescuing?
About that, I think Khonnos will need an hour before he can plane shift us out of here. Who had plane shift? Okay, I was right. Yeah. Khonnos used all the spells, and he was the one with the spell. He'll have to rest to get that back.
So we can't leave right away. We have to wait.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna need an hour to sit and recover.
We might have a problem then.
Oh?
The chamber below, the chamber with all the prisoners, is full of those goblin eggs.
Oh.
They're starting to hatch.
Why, were the eggs not broken?
The what?
No one broke the eggs before they hatched?
Well, you said they had people or something in them.
Well, their souls are from people. I mean, they need souls to live, right? But if we kill them, they should go back to the Soul Spire, I think. We did fix the part of the problem there.
And what do we do about the black ooze?
No clue. I'm just a sailor. This is all a bit... Like how after all of that, he's just like, oh yeah, I'm just a sailor.
I need to think. We need to figure out a way to solve these problems. I guess
Maybe.
if Khonnos needs to rest, then we just rest. I don't know
Yeah.
what else to do.
Maybe get everyone out of the chamber full of eggs. And Marcel just dashes off back to the others.
Do you tell them what went down?
No. Actually, Marcel is gonna run over to like the entrance to the room where they're resting, or I don't know what they're doing. Khonnos was summoning something, but I think it's been, I don't know if that was 10 minutes or not. Marcel's gonna go like, hey, how do we feel about killing the blue goblins?
The blue goblins.
You know,
There's
the
just
blue
more.
goblins.
More here now. Oh,
You just see this Lutrinian like hopping from foot to foot like he has to go to the bathroom.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. Khonnos, you done?
No, but I'm
Yeah,
just asking. Do we kill them? Do you think their souls just go back to the Soul Spire if we kill them? It's like that's what happens, right? I mean, there's not much else we can do.
we've done other things to them in the past, but
Yeah.
I mean, unless Emerin wants to try doing a revivify on them, but I don't know if...
Well, are they friendly? First of all, are they attacking people, or are they just like waking up?
Yet, but they're hatching, so hurry up!
Oh, okay, but if we can, because the ones in like Sharkface's crew were like okay, like they were kind of nice. Like they were at least reasonable. If we can reason with them, we might not have to kill them.
And the ones on the island were attacking the Haka as soon as they were born.
Right, like I don't know what's happening, but potentially it's because they were killing the eggs before they were hatching. So they woke up and they're like, "Oh my god, you just killed all of my, people that were hatching, and so we're going to attack you? I don't know.
All right, well then let's go adopt an army then.
Good attitude. Let's go.
Steal an army, maybe?
Sure, that worked. Well, they're just hatching. I feel like adopting is more appropriate.
I am kind of excited. I really hope we can talk to them.
All right, Marcel's just gonna lead Emran, and then just like stop. They're that way. Hey, Khonnos, you gotta rest if we want to get out of here. And then I go back to
Oh my god.
Maybe rest with like the guards, not by yourself in the tar pit room.
I think
So,
was heading
just,
towards Khonnos.
I mean, I can cast Plane Shift without resting. That's its own
Oh.
spell slot.
Okay,
Well, Marcel had no easy.
that's good.
The kicker, the drawback, however, is it only teleports up to 8 other creatures.
Ah,
So now that we've rescued these prisoners, there's more than 8.
Okay, how many are there? Because I can transport 5.
I can still do something that can get us all back. So
Okay.
don't you have one
Yep.
use of that?
I have at least one use of it, and this is as good a time as any to use it.
Honestly,
All right, let's go see what happens with the goblins.
okay. I go to.
I feel
So-
like Marcel at the end of the day is just going to collapse into a bed and pass out before he even touches the pillow.
Okay, so I'm not putting it up on the screen, but if you're looking at Owlbear, well, heck, I might as well put it up on the screen. So there is this chamber here that is in the sort of lower left-hand side of this image. So if you can just look down there, there's
Oh, the
nothing.
one with the
It looks
green
like
goop?
there's nothing in it. It has the greenish goo color stuff in it. That entire chamber is just full of. There's eggs floating in this sort of boiling pool of fluid. There's eggs attached to the wall. There's eggs attached to the ceiling. They're all over. And they're that weird blue, nasty. It's very
You sure we
hot
can
in
do
that
this,
chamber.
Emran?
This is worse than the Temple of Mud was.
Yeah.
I mean, if it says
So are there like eggs hatching?
They're not hatching just yet, but they definitely, like, if you get close to them, they will, like, turn in the egg and look at you.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're basically fully grown.
Great. The heat kind of threw off what I was going to do too.
I mean, I can still sunburst this whole chamber and liquefy everything in it, but if we want to try to convince them,
I don't know how I feel about that. And
I know.
my, they're already
okay.
angry at me, so like,
it's just me. I'm not a good person.
Marcel's going rogue tonight. What the hell?
apparently.
Marcel's always been chaotic neutral. He's never been. But Marcel is
okay.
absolutely on board with trying to convince these creatures that we are their saviors.
Okay, we should gather everybody up in the chamber to the north. Have Khonnos like ready to cast the spell. How long does it take to cast? Is it just an action, or do you have to like prep it?
It's an action.
Okay, good. So we should just have everybody set up just in case things go wrong and we can just bamf out of here. But if things go right and we can talk to them, we might have some extra passengers, so we should definitely hold off.
Okay. I mean, it only stays open for a minute, so even if we do get them all convinced, we still might not get them all back. So,
Oh boy.
I'll get ready.
Okay.
Okay.
And I assume we're going back to Calport.
Yeah.
Who even are the people, like when we pass that chamber, who do we see? Like, do we see like actual people or like revenant type people like Blacksley?
It's
or
living people. It's like humans and elves and dwarves and halflings.
People they've kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. Okay.
They're just like commoners from various different places. Some of them look like they've been here for a really long time. They're kind of emaciated and starving, and some of them look like they probably were just captured yesterday, kind of thing. I mean, you'd have to actually sit down and talk to them to find out a ton of information, right? But
I won't do that just yet. I'll like make sure to acknowledge them on the way by, and like, just like smile and nod at them basically as we go down to deal with the goblins.
Yeah.
I'll just ask really quick: Are any of you from Calport?
No. They start saying like just different names of places where they were. Although you do hear some of them are from your old island.
Oh, okay.
It's
Where
probably-
Trastenfin was, that island is named Thude Island, and it had a couple of other towns on it. Portless was a town. Remember, Khonnos had a brother who lived on the island, but just not in Trastenfin. So yeah, so there's a lot of there were other people, other towns on that island.
Okay.
probably
I'll just
people who
say,
didn't
just
escape.
sit. I was just telling you, sit tight for a few minutes. We'll be leaving this place and going someplace much more pleasant very soon.
They're all very like worn out, knew they were going to die, kind of emptiness almost in their eyes, but they acknowledge that you're not their captors. So
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna go down and sit next to one of the eggs that looks like it's going to hatch.
okay. And what are you going to do?
I mean, not right next to it, but like kind of away from it. Marcel, can you like message the creature that's in there and talk to it already? I could probably actually just hear us.
Try. I mean, they might be able to hear us out of the egg, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah. Hello.
Roll perception check.
both of us?
Yeah. And Khonnos too, if he's in there.
Okay, that's actually really good. That's a 22.
25.
Okay.
And not 20.
When Imran says hello, every egg that you can see, you see the thing in it move and look in your direction.
Yeah. See? Told you.
Oh my god, this is creepy as
It's pretty nasty.
I don't like it.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. I don't...
How long does it look like it's going to take these eggs to hatch?
Yeah, if it's going to be a while, then we're going to go, but...
I mean, it's hard to tell, but when they're all responsive like that, you know it's getting close. I mean, the incubation period is not an extremely long period in the first place, so...
I mean, at this point, you could probably break an egg and they'd be fine, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit weak, but... Okay. You're right. The ones on the ship were loyal to Sharkface.
Right. Like, I don't understand where they're... What... I don't know, I'm just more curious than anything, really. Like, we really don't have to be doing this, but I'm very curious.
What is it that you're gonna do?
I kind of just want to shout out, friends! Join us in glorious battle!
I mean, they don't even have to fight at this point. They can come with us and just,
I mean, to be fair, they're
you know, they
decent
can be
fighters.
sailors.
I mean,
They
yeah,
can
sure.
join Shark
The one
Base.
thing is, before you do the, like, cure... Like, when you, what was it, Revivify? When you cast Revivify on the ones that they stopped being blue goblins and became other creatures and regained their memories. So the question is, do you want to try revivifying this chamber and see if that misty thing that happened in Calport happens again?
It crossed my mind. And she's like visibly like rubbing her thumb. I don't know. I don't know if it would work while they're all like in egg stasis. I don't know if that would be like a good idea. But even if they all did hatch, like I just don't know if it would work at this point. Like I don't feel like I'm in favor with my day.
Okay. I have an idea. I'm gonna walk to like the one you're beside and like look at it and go like, you wanna like get out of the egg? Do you want help with that?
It shifts to where it's kind of looking directly at you, but it doesn't really say anything.
I'm gonna like poke the shell.
Give me a strength check.
$15.
You poke it and it springs a hole in it. And as soon as you do that, the thing takes its hands and just goes... And it like falls out of the egg and stands up. And it kind of clicks its teeth together.
Hi. How's it going? How you feeling?
It's looking around.
We're friends.
What these things eat? Do they just eat normal food? Is Khonnos here? Or is he in the other room?
I'm here. Well, no, I guess I'd be back in the other place, getting ready to cascade.
Emran, do you want to try on him?
Casting Revivify?
Yeah.
I can. That's a big diamond, but I can't.
You can get more. Well, the thing is, if you can show them what you can do, even if it doesn't work for the others, like if it only works for this guy, we can be like, hey, we can do that for all of you eventually. You just have to hang out with us.
Okay.
Like,
okay.
Prove that we're
Sure.
friends by helping out this one, like, become what it used to be.
Do you have an opinion on that, Mr. Blue Goblin, sir?
I don't think he speaks common right now.
He's like looking around and clicking his teeth and licking his lips and...
It's hungry. It's really hungry. That's what I'm worried about. I don't know if I have... I know Khonnos probably has all of our rations in the bag. I don't know if I would carry any on me.
I probably have a couple. Just take out a ration and just like flip it in his direction.
He catches it and shoves it into his mouth. Crunch, 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 crunch.
We don't have enough to feed all of these guys.
He steps towards Marcel.
If you're going to do something, you better do it quick, because we're not going to be able to feed all of them. I'm going to take out the second ration and give it to him.
He's like...
Okay, I'll cast Revivify, I guess. I have? Wait, do I have the spell slot? I guess that's... Oh, I don't have a 3rd level. I'll cast it at 4th level.
You cast it at 4th level?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only spell slot left.
It kind of puts its head back and kind of like cries out a couple of times. And it transforms into like very young baby humanoid, like baby human, and it's crying.
Oh no!
Oh, right! Oh no!
All right, well you're trying that one.
Worst possible outcome.
Oh shit!
All right, change of
They
plans.
were easier when they were full goblins.
Yeah. Change of plans. Let the goblins grow.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, we could promise them food. I mean, they're apparently going to be born hungry. So we promise them food and that they have to behave and do what we say. See, you hear that, guys? We can get you food, but you have to do as I say. If you behave, then you'll get food.
I repeat this in Auckland. I don't know if that's going to help at all, but I will repeat what Marcel says in Auckland.
Roll a persuasion check, both of you.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, not as good.
I have a +9. I rolled 11.
Same!
So they don't look like they respond at all. They're just watching you, but they're still in the eggs. Just looking.
I'm like bouncing and like rocking the child.
It's screaming. It's so mad.
Okay.
Is Khonnos in the room with the refugees, or is he in with the black goop?
Yeah, would I hear this going on now?
Well, so are you in the room with the prisoners, or are you in the room with the? I guess.
I was my.
This baby is screaming so much, probably everyone in the place hears it.
Oh no, the ghouls.
I know.
I'll be right back. I gotta go check this out now.
Khonnos, as you're coming towards
they've done something.
As you're coming towards the room to see what they're doing, you see a woman in the refugee part stand up and look, and she goes, "My baby!" and she runs.
Oh, boy.
This emaciated, starving woman runs into the room and says, "My baby! My baby!" And she holds her arms out.
Right after her.
Just give her the baby.
I hand the baby over. I don't really want it.
She takes the baby. The baby quiets down.
Oh, are these all prisoners? Are these all the people that...
Oh, that's messed up. Oh, that's even worse.
Okay, this is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I don't think Emran's going to let me kill them now.
No.
Khonnos, you walk in and you see Imran holding out a baby to this emaciated, starving woman just covered from head to toe in dirt, who's now crying and rocking the baby. And yet they're standing in this room, and you see the goblins in the sacks looking at you.
Can I get a rough number just from looking around at this chamber, like how many there might be?
There's probably
So many.
At least 30.
Okay, so alright, so after they all hatch them, gate could be open long enough for them to all get out of here.
Okay.
They're going to be
We may want to
Do you have
Yeah.
any
Hungry.
rations?
I think so. Yeah, I should.
Okay, so the plan is
Yeah.
to give each of them. Where we don't have 30 rations, do we?
Probably not. And I don't think we like prepped for a long trip because I do
No, we
specifically
didn't.
remember saying
I've got.
this won't be long.
I mean, we could just wait till they're hatched, do the gate spell in here, and then lead them all back to Calport. And
Yeah, no, we can
take
feed them in Kelport. The thing is, they're hungry, they react to food. We need to basically, hey, look, food, and then toss the food through the portal, basically, and get them to all go through the portal.
You've got to cast the spell somewhere where they're not going to like ravage the town, though, because if the guards see blue goblins coming through a gate, they're going to start shooting.
We're gonna have we
Okay,
let
well-
Dalencia go through first. Dalencia and the others go through first. Then we toss the food in. Oh, then they're gonna think the goblins are chasing them. God damn it!
I was gonna point it at the throne room. Now I might point it at the kitchen.
I mean, you might. That's actually probably your best bet.
Wait, aren't there protections against portals?
Oh,
Fuck.
No,
Frick.
they stopped using it, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
Okay,
Right, yeah.
that's good.
Because they decided all that time it would just didn't work.
Okay. We could try a Hail Goros. And I think I'm trying to remember. I think I still have 300 gold's worth of diamond dust that I could potentially maybe use in place of a diamond for Revivify. So if we do wait for all of these things to hatch, I could potentially really beg my deity to help transform them all back into people. Whether or not she's going to go for that idea is way up in the air.
Yeah.
But I think that's our easiest shot, and that's probably our best bet at getting everybody out.
And what if they'd all turn into crying babies?
I don't think they were all babies. I think this particular one might have been one. But we do have other people that can carry. If there are more infants. I'm not volunteering myself for that position. But we do have other people.
Roll me a D100 percentage dice.
Okay. That's a 12. Would have been good for.
Okay.
I don't have divine intervention though, because I used it and it still hasn't come back yet. I don't know if that plays into this, but that would have been a good divine intervention.
So tell me the chain of operations here. You're going to try to use the diamond dust to revivify all of them. You're going to get the prisoners to come in and pick up any of them that were babies.
Mm-hmm.
Khonnos is going to cast a gate pointed at the kitchen or at the throne room now because you're going to revivify them all. You're going to let Dalencia and her elite guards go first, then you're going to push all the other people through, and then you're going to come out. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounded like it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
If we also get stuck at the end, I do have Word of Recall. I can bring us back if we want to stick, or if it gets short at the end and we end up shoving people and we don't make it out, I have a last resort, basically.
Khonnos, where
people.
are you casting the gate at?
I'll cast it in this chamber,
Okay.
so it's close to the goblins when they hatch.
So we do we want to call the
They'll
others
bring everybody
in
else down
before
here.
you try doing the revivify or after?
Might as well just get everybody in one place.
Yeah, maybe just back a little bit because this kind of backfired last time and hurt a couple people. So maybe everybody.
But they were weak from the curse.
Well, no, I think Khonnos and I got hit by some backlash last time I cast this. The diamond kind of went wonky and I couldn't keep it stable, and some necrotic damage went flying a couple of different places.
So cast it before getting everyone. Like, Marcel can go and let Dalencia know what's going on while you cast that, and then move everyone into the chamber.
Yeah, okay.
So you're gonna cast Revivify. Khonnos, are you getting?
Yeah.
Are you gonna wait for that, or are you getting everybody ready to walk through the portal?
We have to wait.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get everybody. Let's get them down in this direction, but at least a good 50 feet or so away from Emerin. So that way, if anything goes wrong with the Revivify, they're not hurt. And then once that's done, whatever the outcome of that is, kind of taken care of, then I'll cast the gate spell. Unless things just go absolutely haywire here.
You think? Okay. Clarifying question. Am I casting this before everything hatches or after everything hatches?
I think you have to wait
Seems like
for
you
them
need to wait
hatch.
to after.
Okay, because they are in like boiling water right now, so if any like infants drop into boiling water, I don't think that's gonna go well. We should probably lure them all out, at least into like the land portion of this chamber, and just like make sure that none of them are going to fall into boiling water.
I can leave a. Actually, you probably still need that a couple of dancing lights for you, and maybe try to lure them towards the dancing lights.
Okay.
Or we just take all the food we have, put it in a line like just Pac-Man dots, and at the end of the line, that's where the gate spell pops up.
I mean, it's valid.
So you're waiting for them to hatch, or you're not waiting for them to hatch?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to.
Yeah. I mean, Marcel basically, broke one of the eggs and hatched one that way. So maybe we expedite this and just go around doing that.
You could just go poke. They're basically ready.
Poke. Yep.
Okay. So Marcel goes to tell Dalencia what the plan is.
Yeah.
Emerin and Khonnos start poking all of the eggs and hatching all the goblins. And you've put food out. Khonnos has already told the prisoners, I'm assuming, what's happening.
Yep. I mean, I want everybody on the same page here.
And then as the goblins move toward the piles of food, Emerin is going to revivify them in one big group.
Hopefully, I have no idea if that's gonna work, but that's the plan.
Okay. It works.
Oh.
And the majority of these are youngsters. They're like 2 years old or younger. And as you send this wave of transformation over them, they basically fall on the ground and flop all over and cry. And all the prisoners come in and start getting their kids. And now there's this line of refugees with their children waiting for Khonnos to cast a gate spell.
My God.
All right, before everyone's ready, I'll cast gate.
Yeah, let's go.
Are you sending the queen through first again?
Yeah.
Got queen and her guards through first.
Okay.
That way she can alert any guards on the other side that don't kill these refugees.
Don't shoot.
Also, I need a wisdom saving throw from Emerin.
I figured. That's much. Okay. 21.
Okay.
No, 22. Sorry.
All right. Your plan goes off without a hitch. Every bit of it works. and you're back in the castle.
How's my thumb?
With a bunch of refugees and their children. Your thumb has a big callus on it, but it still hurts.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna send a message.
Marcel walks up to Emerin as we get to the other side and just like pats you on the thigh, I guess. Good job. I knew you could do it.
I didn't. How I'm. Oh.
You were helping people.
I mean, yes, that's a good thing. I am just very confused as to why majority of these were children. Like, were they just reincarnated, or because like the other ones? Now I'm very confused. The other ones were like adults and they could like speak with us. These ones were like specifically children.
And the children of the prisoners who were there.
Yeah.
Maybe they started with the children and we're going to continue with the adults, but those take longer? Maybe. Either way.
I'm going to send a message to Mom at some point.
Khonnos, all of the refugees are thanking you for using your magic to transport them. And Emerin, all of the refugees are thanking you for saving their children. And Marcel, all the refugees are kind of looking at you and then staying away. They've probably never seen anything like you.
That's fair.
So, yeah, Marcel is close to Dalencia being like, so blue goblins, huh? No, those they're just transformed people.
She says, that sounds horrible, but we have bigger problems.
The undead army?
It's close.
Yeah. And we still have to find the other dogs. Though it's possible some of them are with that army.
And that's where we'll end tonight.
I was gonna say, are we gonna pull the plug?
Well, that's the question. If you want to do that, you can do it right now. If you want to do it at the end of this session, or you can do it at the beginning of the next session if you're not quite sure.
I mean, the thing is, Marcel at the very least wants to know how the evacuation of the oceans is going. Because remember, we were planning to leave a couple of days for people to get off the oceans.
Yeah.
To safety.
It has been a couple of days.
Has it? Oh, because we were setting up beforehand.
Yeah, because it's been like 4 or 5 days, actually.
Yeah, so actually we're coming up to it. If we don't get any message from the Haka, and I think we had our bard buddy there. Like, if we don't get a message from them saying, hey, the army's here, I think we'd still want to wait the 7 days we had said.
That's how Dalencia knows, is that the...
Oh, that they got the signal?
They got the signal.
I thought the signal was supposed to go to us. Okay. I mean, when did they get the signal?
The signal went to Axley.
Yeah, but I thought Axley was going to contact us via sending. When did that sending arrive? As we were getting back?
actually got the signal about an hour ago. And he
That's
could not reach you.
I was gonna say, I'm wondering if it didn't come through. Hi.
If that happened an hour ago, then I'd say, yeah, we pulled the plug.
Yeah, we pulled the plug.
Because an hour was what we had allotted for the Haka to get back into the bay so that they weren't caught in the whatever is going to happen. Like, that should have been enough time for them to get their boats into the bay. Okay, then yeah, we'll pull the plug.
Mm-hmm.
Does Khonnos agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So you say the phrase. Do you remember the phrase?
Turn back the flood, antediluvian. On 3.
Okay. So, you say that, and you hear sound all around you. You hear, like the sound of rushing water, or of water sort of, you know the sound when you had a full sink of water and then you unstoppered it and it kind of goes, and every once in a while it makes that weird sucking noise, right? Because the water's moving and all that. That's kind of what you hear, but over the top of that you hear a pure tone, just a doom.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a constant. And you hear the sound of water flowing, and then every once in a while you hear that weird sucking, like sink drain noise. And you actually hear the sound of water receding, like if water comes up on a beach and then it recedes away, it kind of like all of this all at once, you hear it. And even though it's all at once and it should be like white noise, you actually hear these things as distinct, separate. It's almost like you're hearing what's happening in different areas all at the same time. And you're hearing them as distinct differences. Now, granted, everyone around you, they just sort of stopped, and now they're moving like they've got things to do and they know they've got. So the three of you are just kind of standing and listening, and you hear all of these varied different noises.
I'm going to cast a spell.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Investiture of Wind and go flying up into the air, see what I can see out to sea.
Okay. You see that you can actually see that the water level is receding, but it's not receding away and going in a certain direction. It's like going down. In some places it looks like more than others. Like, for example, what would have been the lake that Cowport was on isn't receding as much or as fast, but the rest of the ocean around it is going down, down, down.
So the lake is coming back to belonging as a lake.
Right.
Does that mean the ships that were in the lake are fine?
The ships that are in the lake are weathering really horrible waves right now because of the disruption, but otherwise they're fine. But you can actually see, how far up did you go in the air?
I mean, I've got 10 minutes of 60 feet of flying, so I can go pretty high.
If you go really high, you can see that there are already, like, you see more land now than you see water. And you see there are destroyed ships in various places, or what look like destroyed ships, or maybe they're destroyed buildings. It's really kind of hard to tell because your vision only goes so far.
Can I see what I assume is going to be a big shadow that is the undead army and how they're faring?
Yeah, so they're on what would have been the sea floor now. And as you see water sort of sinking under them, they are some things are kind of flopping around, right? Because, there's lots of fish
Sea
and
creatures.
whatnot.
Yeah.
But any humanoids that were in that army are just kind of standing up and
Continuing onwards.
continuing through.
Does it seem like some of them got like dragged or like they numbers suffered that way in terms of
There's
receiving
definitely a portion of them that are still on the ground and not moving, so they're probably dead from the impact or from the change in environment.
How big does this look? Like compared to what I see of Calport and the port itself.
So, an enormous army. Like an overwhelming force.
Okay.
It's moving a lot slower now. A lot slower. Because anything that was riding a seafaring creature can no longer ride that creature because it's flopping around.
I'm just imagining the ones on the sea turtles that were going really fast, and now it's like
now they're kind of
Darn it!
right. And remember, most of those creatures were undead, and now they're exposed to the air. So, like, if you could see them closer up, you're pretty far away. But if you could see them
I just
closer
see like
up,
shapes.
they're like their skin's falling off and they're degrading really quickly. So, you definitely put a hurt on them. But it's an enormous army.
So how many, like, I guess, feet or miles does the army cover?
In terms of size or speed? What do you...
In size. Because I'm guessing I can use Calport as a, like, measuring, because I know more or less how big Calport is.
Okay, that's a hard question to answer.
Or at least how far away it is at this point.
At the speed they're moving now, it's going to be probably several hours before they reach Lake Calrot. Once they're in the lake, they might actually speed up because they're water creatures.
Yeah, we might not want to let them get to the lake.
Mm-hmm.
We need to intercept them before they get there.
Several hours, but it's an enormous army. I mean, it's
so it's like miles of...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Once I get a good idea, I don't want to... I mean, I have 10 minutes to, like, see everything. I'll go down and report what I saw. And basically say, yeah, we've stopped them for a bit. We hurt them. We need to get to them before they get to the water of Lake Calport.
Yeah. And so also what you also saw was they're not really in disarray. Like the few that were like the battalions that were riding porpoises and stingrays and all that. Those are in disarray for a moment because their transportation basically just faltered. But everyone else, it didn't miss a beat. So obviously they are still under the command of...
my suggestion is get our armies on those ships and get to the other side of the lake. We cannot let these things get to Calport. We need to stand our ground on the other side of the lake. But I don't think that the forces of Calport are enough. Even weakened as they are. And we're going to need clerics. And I'm going to look at Amarin. They're all undead. We need clerics.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, is I spent so much.
I mean,
I can get some stuff but...
Marcel didn't get touched, but Khonnos and Imran were both, like...
Yeah.
They need long rest.
Correct.
But we have several hours, but I don't know if we have a long rest worth of hours.
Yeah. If we want to beat them to the water, we don't have a long rest worth of time.
Well,
like,
if you want your fleet to beat them to the water, your fleet doesn't have long rest time, but...
I mean, we
you
could
have faster ways of transportation. You personally, the three of you.
I mean, you could also just rest on the ship. You don't have to be commanding a ship.
I mean, I am not arguing with you. If I can get a long rest in, I will, because...
Same.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that the
change-
two of you can get a long rest in, even if you're resting on the ship, or if you wait back and then when you're done with your long rest, you have ways to get to the front lines much sooner, right?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a long rest. I'm not tapped. I have spell slots of every level, but I have used stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, if it looks like we can get, like, if we can get those 8 hours, then I'd suggest, get everyone moving. We don't have time for anything else beyond getting everyone on the other side. And I'm kind of assuming at this point that Dalencia is, like, already moving people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When she stepped out of the portal and they said to her, "We got the signal," Sabatine already has the fleet traveling out.
Yeah.
So they're just having a hard time of it because everything's getting battered now with waves and the disruption of the outflow. It changed the entire,
Currents.
tide,
Yeah.
cycle at that point.
Okay. All right. So we'll get on our ship and head out then.
Okay.
And I don't know how many clerics they have, but it's going to be like clerics protected by soldiers, basically.
I'm wishing we had some storm wyverns at this point in time.
Storm wyverns would be great right about right now, but we didn't actually get down to doing that.
Nope.
Whoops.
Time.
It would be so fun because they would make a storm and I can do the lightning thing and it would be so great. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
As long as I get a long rest, we'll be fine.
It's fun.
Oh, I am definitely going to stop by and grab another diamond from the Abbey if they have one. Maybe two.
I mean, the treasury of the Abbey is pretty vast, so...
So I'm going to grab some more diamonds or some Betet.
Okay.
I have those. Because I'm worried.
Do you need a storm to do your thing, or is that just...
No, but well, the thing about it is, if I have a natural storm, like a naturally occurring storm, it gives me an extra dice damage.
Okay.
But if I can just create a storm, it's smaller, but it does less damage, but it's still pretty good.
I don't think my storm sphere counts as a natural storm.
I thought about that when you cast it, and I was like, I wonder, but I also feel like I might accidentally take control of it, and then you wouldn't have control of it.
Yeah.
You'd be fighting over the storm.
Not to mention, I'd be summoning it lower so that I can, difficult terrain, anything that's coming through it. Not in the sky.
So for the last 9 or 10 minutes, I just want to, I don't want to do a massive debrief. But what I do want to do is, just for the audience's sake and also for my sake, just talk about the fact that you're all 15th level. And so I don't know if you want to talk about sort of what kind of things your character can do now, and, just how many hit points you have, and what's your, just sort of mechanical stuff, but also what you have available to you in terms of resources, so that the audience gets an idea of the massive amount of power that you actually have.
I'll go first. Khonnos at 15th level has 105 max hit points. He is capable of, as we saw tonight, he's capable of making very bad decisions.
I think you've been doing that since the beginning.
Oh, I mean, yes. They just... Thanks. It grows in magnitude with the whole control thrall thing or create, which I'm probably never going to use again.
Where have I heard that before?
I mean, at least I'm not using boiling oil on people. Hey, plenty of spells. Still a whopping 3 spell slots, so that will always be a handicap of playing a warlock, unfortunately.
You say 3 spell slots. That's a lot. You know how long it takes for warlock to get that third freaking spell slot?
Yeah, a lot. A long time.
You have 3 whole spells.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A lot of like little tricks and whatnot. Like he's resistant to psychic damage. If something hits him with psychic damage, they get hurt back. Once per, I think, short rest, he can give somebody disadvantage to attack him. That's pretty much it. Bolum, the Robe of Eyes. That's about it for the most part.
Well, us real spellcasters get 8th level spells.
Ouch!
Khonnos has an 8th level spell.
Dang!
And a lot of spell slots. So many spell slots.
I was going to say, I currently have 34 spell slots, including cantrips. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cantrips. Yeah, up to 8th level spells. I currently have 95 hit points. My armor class is 20. I have a +9 for my spell attacks and a spell save of 17. So that's pretty decent. I also have the magical mace that, does lightning damage when it crits. So that is like a +8 to hit. It does 1d6 damage. And then obviously if it crits, it's a bit more than that. Yeah. That's mostly what I have. It's mostly just spells and a lot more spells.
How many channel divinities do you have?
Oh, that's right. I do have... So I have Wrath of the Storm, which is what I did. It's my reaction. And I think that's separate from Channel Divinity, because Channel Divinity is down here, and I get 2 per short rest. So that's like the turn undead, and then I also have Destructive Wrath, which is a Channel Divinity, that I can deal maximum damage instead of rolling for lightning or thunder damage, which I haven't really used yet. But that'll be fun, especially if, I crit.
I'm surprised that you still have 2 at level 15. I thought it went up.
That... I was kind of wondering the same thing, but that's what it says. The Wrath of the Storm, I get 4 per long rest.
I think you...
But yeah, Channel Divinities too.
I think you also get a thing, like when you hit somebody with a melee weapon, it deals like extra 2d8 lightning damage or something like that.
Potentially.
Yeah. Because all clerics get something at level 8. They either get like a damage boost on their melee attacks or on their cantrip spells, and then some of them get a boost. Like some of them, the ones that get a weapon and damage boost, that gets bumped up at 14th level.
Interesting.
That may be wrapped up in the spells, or attack actions on your sheet.
So the Channel Divinity, at 6th level, you get it twice between rests, and then you don't get it a 3rd time until 18th level.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's rough, because those are fun.
Oh, yeah. That's Divine Strike. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can cause the attack to deal an extra 2d8 thunder damage. Okay, that's good to know, because it's like buried in paragraphs of intrinsic traits.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. That's,
Yeah, and I do have Divine Intervention, but I use that, and it's only been, I think, 6 days now, so I do get it back relatively soon.
Right when you need it.
What about how many hit points does Emran have?
95.
Okay. Yes, Marcel has 95 as well. Marcel has an armor class of 16 still. Marcel is very much the kind who hides in the back and hopes that he doesn't piss anyone off long enough to get their attention. Because Marcel is a very squishy Lutrinian. But they can command the storms.
Well, next time you'll be outside, so...
Yeah, well, I have resistance to lightning and thunder damage, and whenever I cast a spell of first level or higher that deals lightning or thunder, I can do an additional 7 lightning or thunder to anyone within 10 feet of me that I choose. And that just happens. It's just like zip, zip happening from me whenever I cast a spell. I can control the wind and the rain around me. And the last thing I got recently was if I get hit by a melee attack, I can use my reaction to deal 15 lightning damage to the attacker. And if they don't pass a strength saving throw, they are pushed 20 feet away from me. So pretty good considering Marcel does not like to be in melee. That was the like storm sorcerer features that they got. And yeah, spells. I think one of the nice things about being high level is that you end up with all these like cool high damage spells that are very flashy but sometimes hard to use. Like I had been waiting to use Storm Sphere since like 3 or 4 levels ago, because that's only a level 4 spell. That was great. I love that spell.
That spell sucked.
That was it.
That felt good. Yeah, so, no, and that was not at its full power, because if I had cast it at 8th level, that's 8d6 damage per turn as a bonus.
Ooh.
As a bonus, that's what
as
gets
a bonus action. Yeah, every single turn I can just keep doing it. It's a concentration.
Yeah,
and anyone who's still in the sphere takes 66 damage at the start of their turn.
And so trapping the old man in that sphere was good because it allowed enough damage to be done so that when Blacksley got out, he could actually, it was going to go one of two ways, because it's possible. I mean, I rolled the damage and stuff, so it's possible that Blacksley could have actually attacked the guy with the sword. I happened to roll a crit when Blacksley attacked, and that triggered that sword's power. If he hadn't, he probably wouldn't have killed the guy, and so it could have gone way different, because if one of you had killed Betet, it would have been that would have totally changed the end of that scene. It would have completely switched what happened.
We would have denied the Revenant his kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would have put a very different spin on what happened.
The reason, I had 2 reasons for not upcasting it to its highest level that I could. One, because I really prefer keeping things in reserve just in case. I am the kind of player who always wants to keep as many resources as possible in their back pocket. And also, I knew that it was a concentration and there was a small chance that I would lose it. Mm-hmm. So having a backup spell that I could cast was better. That's one thing that I've noticed playing a sorcerer, because I don't get to play characters much. Mm-hmm. Sorcerers have so many of their good spell options are concentration that there's so much competition for spells. It took me like looking through everything, and both because I'm playing a sorcerer that doesn't do fire at all. Marcel does not like fire. Mm-hmm. They've got issues with fire, so I intentionally made a sorcerer that does not have any fire spells. So that kind of limited my ability of like choosing spells that were not concentration, that wouldn't necessarily fight each other with the like useful concentration spells.
Right.
And I managed it for the most part, especially with the upcasting ones. I have a decent selection of non-concentration spells. But yeah, I noticed that like that's a big thing for, and I don't know if it's the same for other casters, because I know that sorcerers have a pretty limited spell list compared to wizards that get all the spells. The fact that sorcerers can't ritual cast kind of also doesn't help in that sense, because there's less utility things that you could pick up.
I know a lot of my stuff's concentration. It's either concentration or utility. Like I was, let's see, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, like 8 of the spells that Khonnos knows are concentration spells, and it's only like a 2 or 3 or 4 others that aren't. So yeah, pretty much all of his good stuff was like my plan going into that fight. Like I thought it wasn't until about halfway through like that I realized, okay, we're not actually fighting Laralac, we're fighting somebody else. So my whole plan was to try to basically was thinking it was going to be Laralac. He's going to try to be casting spells on us. My whole plan was to try to counterspell whatever he threw at us. Like if he was going to target, especially if he was going to target Emerin with like a really high level spell, I would, because the reason I took Glibness is it lets me roll 15 or higher on a charisma check. So it's pretty much, it's a guaranteed success on a counterspell or dispel magic.
Right. So Laralac is leading the undead army.
The army.
So
Yeah.
you are correct. You will be fighting him next time. if you head on, go to the army and you know.
Maybe that's what we're doing.
Right.
So ready.
If he sees Emerin if he senses that Emerin is there, he's going to come after you. So chances are either you're going to go to him or he's going to come to you, and you're going to be fighting Laralac. So just so you know,
while the two armies clash around
right.
us.
And so
Yeah.
you're going to remain 15th level for that. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're only probably going to have like 2, maybe 3 more sessions, depending on some decisions that you make. But after the fight with the undead army, I'm probably going to pop you all up to 20th level.
Oh wow.
Oh shit.
So,
oh boy.
Because as I said, it depends on what you do, because you might decide just okay, you're done.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, to be fair, we know what happens after Laralac. We have to go after
Right. But you could decide other things, right? So
yeah.
and that's why I say we have, maybe 2 or 3 sessions. Like it really does depend on what you end up doing, which will then determine, what happens. So, but so this whole clash with the undead army, the Lutrinians are amassed and are heading to help fight the army. All of the Haka, not just Khonnos' tribe, but many of the other tribes are heading this way to help. Like when the signal went out that said, "Hey, beach all of your ships and get prepared for this," everybody started coming towards Cowport. So it's going to be an enormous conflict. We're not going to suddenly play a war game with the enormous conflict, but there is a lot going on, and so you're going to have to choose how you approach, the enemy and what's going on and all of that. So, and as I said, as soon as Laralac senses Emerin's presence, where he's going, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I'm assuming you'll all survive that, and then we'll end up at 20th level.
Good of you to assume that.
I mean, it might not be true, but even if one of you dies, as long as your body's recovered, you can probably get a resurrection. So
that depends on how many ghosts you have come after us next time. Yikes!
Yeah, that was terrible. Kind of.
That was shadows and wraiths are like shadows only like half CR or something. But you get 2 of those things on you, and they both hit, and they reduce your strength. And then you get a couple of wraiths on you to reduce your hit points. I mean, you're fucked.
The scarier thing than shadows are the shadow assassins. Yeah. Those things are nasty.
Yeah. I mean, even for low level, stuff there. I mean, a wraith is a 5 CR, but shadows are specters are low CRs too, and they could be, you get the correct, you get the right situation, and those things you get screwed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The big thing is they attack things that a lot of characters end up dumpstatting.
Right.
And that can be dangerous. I mean, I remember 5th level, our party for Dungeon of the Mad Mage on the very first floor, you run into an amount of shadows equal to the party.
Right.
And because of the situation, they ended up piling up on the sorcerer.
Yeah.
He had a 2 strength, I think, by the end of the battle.
Damn. Yeah.
Like, he nearly died from lack of strength.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, you survive. Good news is you survive. The bad news is you might as well roll a new character anyway.
And I think it wasn't just him. The rogue also ended up with like a 4 something in strength. Like, both of the like weaker characters in the party ended up completely drained of strength.
Yeah. And one of the things that that D&D, modern D&D is I don't want to say problem, because it's not a problem, but like, for example, the idea that something could cause you to be afraid, right? Like the frightened condition, or being like somebody having caused fear, right? Like if you're reading that in a novel, right? Like there's this book that I was reading a few weeks ago, and it's basically a D&D book, right? But the characters are in this one location, and these creatures come out, and the creatures cause you to have fear, but the way they cause you to have fear is they make you, it's almost like a dementor, right? They like make you see your worst nightmare, the biggest thing you're afraid of. It's not the creature, it's the idea that they're causing you to see them as the thing that scares you, right? Your worst nightmare. And when you're just talking about like you're in D&D and you're just doing a battle, like it's hard to really put that into the narrative and make it useful. Because I mean, so Imran cast Turn Undead on those wraiths, right? And made them run away because they're afraid of her. But like, it's so hard to say, well, what are these wraiths afraid? Like, did you conjure in their mind the thing that they were scared of when they were alive? Or are they scared of being dispelled? Or like, what's the thing, right? So it's kind of
I always
hard
imagine that case being the cleric, just this divine presence of the god that they're summoning, and that's what they're afraid of. It's like this divine retribution, basically, that has come to shine in them.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to players, it is hard, because like a lot of the time when you're in combat, you're thinking mechanically. So, oh yeah, you're fighting the dragon and he uses his frightful presence, and now you're afraid, so you can't get closer. But okay, so I can't get closer, but I can do this attack, right? Yeah, and it continues. And it's like, yeah, but your character's terrified
scared
right
out
now.
Of his mind. Yeah, exactly.
You are so terrified, you cannot move a step closer.
Right.
Yeah, sure, you can attack him, but you're still scared.
The player can still make rational decisions. I mean, I think back to a game that my husband ran for me about a week or so ago. It was on Valentine's Day, and it was the one I posted about. We had a random encounter with a chimera, and this is a 3 level 5s and 1 level 6, and it almost went. And because of the way the dice rolled, it almost turned into a TPK. Yeah, and I was legitimately just like panicking and locking up in the moment. I'm like, oh my god, I don't know what the hell to do.
Right. Yeah.
So,
but no, that's exactly that's exactly like when you look at just the mechanics. Like some things mechanically, I understand why they designed it that way, because it works within the system and it makes it a quote fair game, right? But like the idea of certain powers or certain effects, it really, when you turn it only into the mechanistic part of it, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? But as I said, I understand why it's that way, because you have to have a game that's playable. You can't just suddenly say, well, everybody's afraid, you all run away, game over. Like that's not fun, right?
There's a difference. I think a lot of that ends up falling on the DM, and maybe it shouldn't. Like maybe because I think one of the best combats are the ones that have a bit more role play, where like either the DM, because it depends on, if you're playing with improv heavy players that can, you tell them, hey, okay, now you're feared, and okay, I am terrified right now, but I'm going to do this anyway. I'm going to cast this spell and
Right.
hope, like close my eyes and cast a spell, and that's why it has a disadvantage or whatever. Or the DM has to kind of do that. I've tried to do that a lot when it comes to character making decisions, and you have that like pause in the game to me as the DM narrate what that character is going through and what's happening around them, so that you have that kind of atmosphere building. But it's hard as well, because like the more you do that, like you don't want to take too much time either, because combat in 5th edition already takes so long. We spent 2 hours in a combat that lasted 30 seconds.
Right.
Not
yeah,
even. It was
as I said, 3.5 rounds.
Yeah,
So,
3.5 rounds. And it took us 2 hours. So including all that narrative between is hard, because how much do you want to include so that it's not just mechanics and both players and everyone can get into the situation that the characters are going through, and how much do you want to hold back from that so that the combat goes more quickly?
Right. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I've noticed that like no matter who it is, DM or characters, there's always a pause where people are deciding what to do. And I think that's the pause that someone can fill with things like the comment that the character says to the other person in the back, or things like that just kind of, I feel like it enhances a lot the battle. It's hard to not forget about that.
Yeah.
But it definitely makes combat more interesting. I think some of my favorite battles are also when you have a quippy bad guy. When you have a bad guy that's using not just their attacks, but their words. So it's not a silent, hey, you're exchanging blows. It's, hey, you asshole, I hate you. And
So a bard would make a great, campaign villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always tried for that, because I really like the idea of like that back and forth with the characters in terms, especially if it's a sentient creature. Sure, if it's a monster, it's not going to do much more than rawr, but
No, it's true. And so that's where I also like, sometimes it's hard because if I'm trying to keep track of so many things going on, and you lose the ability to, sometimes, not always, but it's hard to like keep that in mind and make sure that you keep it
short,
theatrical as well as mechanistic,
yeah.
But it's hard to do, especially when, as I said, sometimes the mechanics, they don't really lend themselves to a truly theatrical type of scene, unless the player says, well, okay, now I'm going to really underpower what I could possibly do. But, the system doesn't expect you to do that. So that is really a handicapping.
It doesn't reward you for that either.
Yeah, it doesn't reward you for it. So that's, so it's, anyway, I sort of got off on this tangent. I said I didn't want a long debrief, but anyway, so I think go ahead.
I think that's a good way of actually going for the like DM inspiration when you take a character option, like say, I don't know, someone's fighting someone that they're terrified of and hold back their fireball that ends up TPKing the party because they didn't fight.
Right.
That's an RP moment that should be awarded, because that kind of lets the rest of the people know, like, hey, playing suboptimally does have its reward.
Well, and so the other, what you just reminded me of, the other thing I had to prep for was, what if this guy totally whips your butt? Right? Because I had some good rolls as the DM, but I also had a couple of really bad rolls, and you had some really good rolls. And if you hadn't trapped him, for example, if you hadn't made him so he couldn't move very well, he would have been able to move 2 turns earlier, and he could have taken one of you out pretty easily.
And he would have gone for the cleric, because he knows what a cleric can do.
And so, like,
he was like 60 hit points in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Like, that's a third, 2/3 of my HP.
Yeah. And that was just his weapon attacks. I mean, I didn't even do really, and then I didn't really do anything special with his stuff, but like, so I knew that he was tough. He was CR9. So, you had a CR9, the 2 dogs are CR8. So if Khonnos couldn't have gotten them out of there, a CR9, 2 CR8s, the 2 ghouls are, whatever little pipsqueak ghouls, but the shadowy things, even though they're low CR, because if they happen to hit, they can do. And then because you broke those bottles, those 5 wraiths showed up, right? So like that, I mean that though they're CR5s. You had 5 CR5 creatures, 2 CR8s, a CR9, and the 2 half CR shadow. Like, that was a deadly battle. It could have very easily gone in the direction of you get wiped. So I very seriously had to, like, so basically
it's really complicated, especially at high levels, because it's swinging.
Yeah.
Right, and those wraiths, they may not have showed up, right? They might not have.
Right.
And the shadows might not have coalesced, right? And the dogs, Khonnos might not have been able to get rid of the dogs so easily, so they might have stuck around, right? So this battle could have gone in a lot of different ways, and I had to actually, think about, okay, well, if this battle kills you, what is the likely outcome? What would they actually do to the 3 of you, right?
Probably turn us into blue goblins.
Well, except, remember the note said, there's been some disruptions, so hurry up. The note to Betet, right, was finish your job because we need to get this going because there's been some disruptions. And they know that you're causing the disruptions, or at least Laralac knows that you're causing the disruptions. So there was a lot of ways I'm not going to tell you because it might happen next time, but
I mean, honestly, yeah, I could have seen him easily just knocking us out, or at least some of us, to take to Laralac, or even our dead bodies. I mean, he does have an undead army.
Yeah.
What he'd give to have us as undead minions.
Right. So, and then there's then there's Blacksley, and then there's the Queen, right? So there's a lot of stuff. Anyway, so we've gone too far over, so I'm going to call this the end of the episode. And so thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And we will see you next time, probably in about 2 or 3 weeks. And so, bye.
Bye.
Bye.